Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudelli here, and welcome to Ninja Trader Live here on this Thursday morning, December 4th. Joining me in studio, senior economist Tracy Schuchart.
Good morning, all.
Morning, Shy. Macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, my man, senior market strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. It is a glorious day on the island as the equity markets are coiling like a cornered snake right now.
Yeah. Who even knows where? You know what it is? He didn't have his matcha. He's all thrown off.
I know.
You know, Shy has infiltrated Jimmy with matcha. He's now drinking coffee and matcha in the morning. He thinks he's going to live a lot longer. I told him, I don't know about that. We'll have to chat GPT that later, see if that really makes sense. Good morning, Chad. I can't see you on my screen here, but I know you're there. Hopefully everyone's having a good morning here. Volatility continues to get kind of pushed down. I feel like we're in this moment now waiting for that Fed meeting. Remember when Princess Leia gets on the screen and goes, "Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." That's the Fed meeting next week. So we're kind of waiting to see if that'll drive any activity into the end of the year. But we are in full holiday season mode. That's just the way I look at it right now. We got that little shimmy shake. I put that in my morning note this morning. And now you see everything's kind of slowed down a little bit. But again, there could be some things to make this a little bit more interesting of an end of the year. But before we get into all of that, Shy, the news.
All right, pretty quiet morning in the overnight, but some things caught my eye. So we talk a lot about how inflation has been sticky, and going into next year, we could see even higher inflation. So we do have ship rates spiking 467% right now. So rates to ship commodities from energy to bulk ores to grains to everything right now are heading for a rare year-end surge as conflict, sanctions, and swelling output upend global supply lines. Now, usually this is the time of the year where we do see shipping rates at their lowest, and now they are surging. What that means is those costs get passed on to the consumer. 467% is no joke, and that's for crude oil, liquefied nat gas, and iron ore have increased fourfold and twofold respectively. Grains also up. And so just something to keep an eye on as we focus on inflation here. And we also have Black Sea war insurance has now surged 250% after ship attacks. So any ship that is calling on the Black Sea port because of all of the conflicts there and the Ukrainian attacks on vessels, this is going to particularly affect grains because Ukraine and Russia, both huge grain exporters, as well as oil, because Kazakhstan also sends their oil out of the Black Sea as well. Russian oil too, but Russian oil is sanctioned, so just something to keep an eye on. And this isn't supposed to subside until well into 2026, and so that's going to start showing up in 2026 because these shipping lanes also are taking longer routes to avoid conflicts and things of that nature. So we will start to see this creep into CPI next year for sure. We talk a lot about low oil prices, and
I was going to say,
when are we going to see people cutting spending plans? Well, Chevron just came out this morning and said they expect to spend less than previously planned next year. Not surprising. We saw Diamondback also say this earlier this year on their earnings calls, but I suspect that we will see this. It's kind of a big deal for a major to come out and say we're cutting spending plans, particularly in shale, because they have the largest operations in the Permian Basin, as well as Colorado and North Dakota. And so just another thing to keep your eye on if we start seeing cutting of spending plans and we see production start coming offline. That increases our chance of an oil spike later next year. So keep an eye on that. We also have Besson under discussion to lead the National Economic Council. That means he would be the chief arbiter of the administration's economic portfolio and would also give him a West Wing office, granting him even more physical proximity to the president. So he would have a dual job if he would take Hassett's position. In other words, at the National Economic Council. And so it sounds like
Hassett's going to be the Fed chair.
right.
I was going to say.
Okay.
There you go.
Long short of that whole situation is, and then we have BOJ likely to raise rates in December. We've been talking about this, that chances of that have increased to almost 80% now, and it looks like the government, even though they don't want a rate hike, will tolerate such a decision. In other words, because it sounded like they've come to sort of an agreement that it would be okay for the BOJ to raise rates in December. So keep an eye on that. Obviously, that could further strengthen the yen and possibly trigger some more carry trade unwind. So just another thing to kind of keep your eye on.
And yen continues to catch a bid this morning against the dollar. I noticed that right when I woke up. Interesting. I think the table has said it's going to be Hassett. Besant's going to move into the White House. I actually think, well, Hassett I'm not so sure about, but Besant I think will do a good job. I like him. I think he's got a good grip on, I think he'll be transparent. We'll know what he's about. Hassett, we know he's going to be cutting rates. I mean, it's like, again, what is this going to mean for the market? After this Fed meeting next week, I think becomes all more interesting to see what this Fed's plan is versus what the next Fed's plan is, because it could be very, very different.
Yeah,
Is he going to get consensus there too? Consensus is going to be something that's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say there was a story out from the FT yesterday that some global bond investors are complaining to the administration about putting Hassett in because they are concerned about his ability to generate consensus, what it might mean for Fed independence, and ultimately what it might mean for the long end of Treasury. So, it seems like it's a done deal.
Sure does.
But and I think it's been floated enough, and the markets have not reacted in an adverse way as of yet.
Yes.
So if that's the sign for Trump to say this guy's going to be fine, I think we've seen it, right? Equities are fine. The bond market is contained. Bond volatility is making a low for the year. So there's really if the market is upset with Hassett being selected, they're not showing it at this point. So, but I think what we'll get next week from the Fed, from the hawks, is a bit of an attempt to push back on the potential for a very dovish new head of the Fed chair. So I think we're going to see a dot plot that reflects. It'll reflect the reality of the slowing labor market, but also the concern that inflation is not moving rapidly back down to target, and that is where a lot of the hawks are sitting right now.
And nothing I just heard from you is telling me that that's going to be the case.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, oil is going to be a theme next year. It just isn't. It's just sitting there simmering, brewing right now, like Jimmy's coffee, and not as much. As much as not brewing. Jimmy, let's go to the tape already. So this morning, pretty flat tape. S&P 68, 67 and a quarter, up $5. NASI, very rarely do you see it. It's unchanged. The NASDAQ is really unchanged. 26,656. Russell's 2508. Down $5, and then the Dow is up 47,984, just below the 48,000 mark in the Dow. Again, you get to kind of everything right now. Native gas is relatively flat, just sitting right above $5, up 12 ticks today. Woo. Crude oil 59.34, up 39 ticks. Again, now we're just stuck in these high 50s. I mean, it is what it is, man. Again, this story is going to continue to brew in oil. It's just right now, it's just not there. Don't force it. It's just kind of little small scalper market off of weakness. Gold down a little bit this morning, 42.20, down off about $12. Again, when I look at gold, I continue to look at gold and think to myself, when I saw that high the first day of the month, it could be an interesting month for gold, because unless it takes out that first day of the month's high, which took out the prior month's high, is kind of going to be potentially a little bit of a choppy market right now. And silver is the one that continues to be stronger versus the two, but don't think that silver's a standalone if gold starts getting hit anymore. I'm not saying gold is going to be, but just watch it. If it starts taking out another prior day's low, I think it does it gets pretty volatile. Not that it needs to be more volatile. 57.61 here in oil this morning. Platinum 16.53 off about 10. Bond market getting hit this morning. ZB down 15, 116.07. Got a little bounce the other day, coming right back to where we are, sitting in the low 116s. We talk about 115.24. That's an area of a recent month's low. We've talked about that. Jimmy, I'm sure, will come bring that price up again. Until we break out that low, I don't think it matters much, but it's something to keep an eye on with the bond weakness today. 10-year yield this morning sits at 4.094, so almost a 4.1 in the 10s. Again, not moving too far away from where we haven't been in a while. Dollar strong against everything-ish except yen. Yen is up 1/4%, but yen continuing to kind of build off of that recent low, had that really strong down move maybe more than several weeks back maybe, but it's quite a bit of a downtrend, and it's turned back around. Jimmy, what'd you see in the overnight tape?
A couple of markets to worry about. I'm a little more worried about the bond market than you guys are. I mean, you mentioned that low there on September 25th, that 115.24. Right now we're driving toward it, and my feeling is we break below that, and this long end is going to move, and we're going to see that fall off. So today's price action surprised me. I thought yesterday, well, we're a little bit. We're fighting back into the consolidation range. This consolidation range has, been going on for a long period of time. All of November, and we didn't have a continuation candle. We have no follow through. We have that 8 EMA crossing under the 21, and you have separation between those two moving averages. Any type of anchored VWAP I draw is in the rearview mirror. So. This is I'm a little bit worried about this. The MACD's not helping either. So the technicals are weak here. And this market tends to front run an FOMC meeting by a few days. So we're gonna get a little bit of a heads up, I feel, here. The other market I'm really worried about, Deli, though, is silver. We've seen this before where we had these. And this is really a warning to everybody. Just be careful, have your stops in. But we've seen this market just rally like crazy in the past, and then all of a sudden fall out of bed violently. So, it's maybe not the widowmaker that Nat Gas is, but just be on your toes if you're trading silver. Even if you're bullish, we're starting to get a little bit of force to the downside right now.
Yeah, when we talk with some of the equity index guys and gals, a lot of times they look for like those breakout highs, then come back into the range, and I look for this as well too. And you get back in that range, and all of a sudden it kind of took the air out of the room. And that's what I worry about even when I look at gold. Silver is still staying a little bit steadily above those areas, but Jimmy's right. If gold starts to come down, silver is going to come down even quicker, even though I think silver is the stronger one if we rally right now. But if we break, it could easily become the weakest one just as fast, just because there's always weaker hands in silver than there is in gold. And so, again, I agree, something to watch. Back to you, Craig. Something you and I talked about pre-market here. The VIX is really now in positive gamma. We talked about low volume, low volatility. I talked about the holiday trade, but VIX is in strong positive gamma.
The fall that we've seen in VIX over the course of the last 7-8 days, whatever it is, has been historic again. We had that big move higher in VIX after the Nvidia stuff. That was 2 Thursdays ago, and into a holiday week last week, just annihilated, and then further still, in the first couple of days of this week. But into a Fed meeting next week that will be very important for how we shape the rest of the year, plus a lot of economic data that'll come in the balance of the year, and this BOJ meeting. VIX here at 16 handle, and the December contract is at the lows of the year, 17.75. It's in positive gamma, which means it's going to be harder to see a much more material breakdown further in the VIX at this point. So, dealers are going to be balancing the selling that we've been seeing. And so I think that'll probably prevent the indices from just continuing to explode higher, which is what we've seen over the course of the last several days.
Yeah, it's a chip away market, man. And I talked about this also this morning, in my note. I said the internals, they don't look great. I own a handful of stocks, a little more than that, but I look at a lot of them. I'm like, man, you don't see a day where they're almost all going up. And it's not like my portfolio is going to be a barometer of what it is. I've got guys buying stocks for me that I don't even know what the hell some of these things are, right? But I look at them and I'm just always like, I'm not saying on the big up days, everything kind of going up to where we were before.
What you have is because the indexes are, not that they're pinned, but if it's harder to move the S&P much higher, like even yesterday we had a grind up higher, but the Russell was up 160 basis points, NASDAQ was flat, right? So we saw that dispersion again. If it's harder to get the overall indices moving, but money's coming in, then a little bit of money out of Microsoft, that headline yesterday morning, leads to massive percentage gains in small caps, in energy and other areas. And so I think we'll see a lot of that dispersion here for the next couple of days with the indexes kind of grinding, but there'll be big intersector moves in either direction.
Yeah. Shai, no guest today, but we've got data finally. Talk to us about that.
We have jobless claims and continuing claims, and that is new data, so not delayed data. So that is real-time data, and we also have the Revelio public labor statistics that nobody really heard of until the government shut down and we didn't have non-farm payroll. So that is also something that is coming out this morning.
Yeah. Hopefully we get some movement on that.
I mean, we had the ADP data yesterday, which was pretty weak, right? It's the 5th month out of the last 7 where we've had negative payrolls. I think it's clear that the labor market is struggling, and the Fed is, cognizant of that and is going to address it. But, to the extent that we get more weakness in some of the data this morning, I think one of the things that we're seeing in this claim data not exploding higher is because the economics of filing claims now when you could just become an Uber driver is actually, making it so we're not seeing the claims pick up, right? More people are getting laid off and are going into the gig economy, becoming Uber, Lyft drivers, DoorDash, whatever it is. And if you do that, you really can't apply for unemployment insurance. And so while we don't have the numbers on the drivers specifically, you can see, I think that has become a buffer that's making it harder to look at the claims data specifically and say that this is indicative of, let's say, a healthy economy. More and more Uber drivers is not a healthy economy. And I think that's part of the reason why we're not getting it, weekly in that claims data.
I think markets are going to like, if we have a weaker labor market, markets are going to like it because that increases the chance the Fed's going to cut, right?
How weak does it have to be for them to really like it at this point, though?
So, we've been coming in line surveys,
Yeah.
228K, continuing claims, 1.963 million. We've been coming in kind of right on par.
Exactly.
Lately. So, again, you'd really have to have an outside move either way for markets to react to that.
So real quick, we're going to do more of a preview when we get closer to the number, but if a number is in line, even if it's a slight bit weaker in line, we still think that is steady as she goes. That doesn't really do much with what the Fed is going to be doing. Well, where are we at percentage-wise right now this morning, Shai?
89.2.
89.2. So mean, unless that number comes in super strong, blows.
I think
which
there's.
is not going to happen.
And I think during the Powell Fed, whenever the odds have been above 65% of him doing something, whatever that something is, he has basically delivered that something every single time. Yeah. So the fact that the odds are up at 90% means, we're going to get that cut, and I don't think a claims data point is going to change that at all.
Exactly. Well, hopefully we get some movement. Let me say good morning to the chat. I haven't said hi to Engineer Bear in a while. I got to say hi to my guy, Engineer Bear. We got Paulie, my Serona, Cooper, always the first ones in. They're definitely here before me, Shai.
For sure.
Yeah, I know. Shai likes to bust my chops. I'm not always the first one here. She's here like an hour before it's dark in here. You walk in, you might trip over her if you're not paying attention. She's in there, and she doesn't drink coffee. It's
so Deli, Shai has me drinking matcha, and now Paulie has me drinking kefir. So I don't know. I'm going to be the most healthy guy in the world, or I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and he has he washes it down with a Jim Martini right after the close. It's perfect. He gets it. Jimmy gets it. Good morning, Trading Poker. Rob, we've got Insanufa 7102, Ozark PB, Trader Mike Z, Mark Mosqueda. We've got Spider, Jeff Flew, JC, Whistleblower RIP. He always likes to bust my chops, Whistleblower RIP. I think that's the one who's doing it. I like it, though. It's funny. Video Starcade. We got Gaines. Some of these names are so long I can't even see. And we got Tom Dog. We've got Zolino SVK. We got Ninja Trader 9669 is here, folks. Ninja Trader 9669. Great handle that is there. That's probably Farm. That's probably we didn't even know. That's probably who it is.
Farms burner account.
Streamside Partners, L. Larry, JC Trades, Man Dude, Beachcomber Lisa, Svenza 635. Good morning, everybody. Glad to have you all here. Hit the like and subscribe button because you know what? It is about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
By the way, I do want to add a special shout out to Mark Mosqueda, long-term viewer here and friend from Northwest Indiana. Mark, thanks for being here. Let's start with the Bitcoin. Let's take a big picture look here. This is a weekly candle, not a daily candle, but a weekly candle. And I just kind of wanted to see, hey, where are we on the year? And just kind of a napkin kind of measurement here. We're up about 0.88% on the calendar year in the Bitcoin. So it'll be an interesting close to see. A lot of folks are gonna be like, well, if we even gain 5% or 7% or 10%, which is super easy in this market, then they're gonna say, well, Bitcoin's a victory. Opposite's true on the downside. Right now, the channel is kind of down right now. I kind of have this line in the sand right here, this low wick here, the week of June and the June lows at 98,920. It lines up really nicely with the 38.1% retracement, which is measured from the highs here that we saw in October to the lows in November. So that's kind of lines up nice. Couple areas of interest there, and the 50 EMA is kind of getting there as well. So that's kind of takeaway number one. That's going to be a line. Can we penetrate above that on a longer term basis, or is just going to be a typical regular textbook retracement and then a continuation to a potential double bottom here, which we could see down here. We saw March. We've got this twice in March and once in February. Again, around that 79,500 level, give or take. So this is kind of a perspective look right here as well. And the 8 and the 21 EMA, they're pulling apart here as well. And that's not a bullish sign. The daily candles, let's kind of drill in a little bit. And you can see a little bit of a fight back up here, but we're smack dab in between that 21 and that 8 EMA. We can't get out of it. Today's looking a little bit negative. Baby candle so far today, baby candle yesterday. MACD's positive. That's something. But again, there's not a lot of bullish enthusiasm here. And that high to low peak is now at 26.69%. Intraday, we have some targets though. We have call resistance frame in the bottom of the conversation. You can see we wicked through it a couple times here so far at 93,000. Below that, we have a blind spot 2 from Mentor Q. We have S1. We have JAX1 down here at 92,000, and I don't even know where the one-day min is. The one-day min is way down here. Again, I love these one-day mins on trend days, 90,500, give or take a couple ticks. Should this turn around and we get above session VWAP, we get above the London initial balance, then we got JAX4 at 94,000, and above that JAX2 at 95,000, and above that R1. So there are some really good targets here. Should we get some kind of breakout of this really, really tight channel here? Let's shoot over to the NASDAQ again. I want to just take a peek at the NASDAQ. Fan favorite for a lot of NinjaTrader traders here. And again, we're going to go back to the weekly and just take a peek here at this weekly chart. Again, year to date, up 18.29%. So that's year to date so far. And again, it's just based on the futures market, based on this weekly candle that I have. Moving averages are all pretty strong right here. We have these highs here that are just dangling up here as targets, maybe for the end of the year. Who knows? Daily candle, let's drill in. I have a target up here for the November highs, 26,274. Nice kind of orderly rally, actually, if you think about it on a daily chart. A whole series of higher lows and higher highs, just kind of marching up. I have that anchored VWAP, that Brian Shannon anchored VWAP here from the highs, and that's at 25,260. Retracement wise, we're above that 61.8%. That's a bullish sign. That's a turnaround for me. And also we have that 8 and that crossing over the 21, and they are diverging. They're separating. MACD's looking good. Intraday, we have some great tight. Look how tight this is. Look how tight the range is today. Like I said, this is coiling right now, waiting to do something. The daily range, ATR is 466. We're only at 90. So previous sessions highs kind of defining the top of the conversation here. That's around 25,685. Nice point of control, nice volume profile. Everything is, cool and fruity. Low volume day to day, super low volume so far. 51,000 contracts on the classic NASI, the E-mini NASI. Jacks 3 forming the bottom of the conversation right by London initial balance low. Then we got pivot below that as our first kind of target to the downside here around 25. I don't know, what did I say? 25,583. Call resistance down here at 25,500, and we could extend down and see some more targets here, including that one-day min. Keep your eye on that on a trend day down, 25,364. Upside really quickly here, we got that JAX 4 at 25,750 right next to R1. JAX 1 is at 25,800. And then above that, we got that one-day max. Again, trend days, you look for these numbers, 25,950. We'll just round it up a little bit. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli.
Well, Jimmy's still with us, and I think that we're all kind of wondering, well, did he say fresh and minty or
Cool and fruity.
Cool and fruity. I definitely, listen, I am now with Shai. You better start drinking more matcha every morning. I mean, add that to your routine, man. We need to get this guy, get Jimmy back.
That's a technical analysis term, man. It's in all the textbooks.
That is, you're right. Cool. I didn't, I got to talk to Burke about that. That's probably in the glossary of terms.
Right.
We just didn't see it. So again, glad to be with everybody here. A few minutes to the first time we've had data in some time. Let's get ready for a quick preview. Shai, preview the number, what we're looking at expectations.
All right. So initial claims expectation is 220K. If you kind of look at the range, everybody's kind of around that. So there's no outside the survey people, the banks. So nothing really outside of that purview. And then for continuing claims, 1.963 million expected. Prior was 1.960 million. So basically, the survey is pretty much flat from the last report.
Survey says.
We'll find out.
You know what? I ever get on one of those binges where like you're going through and you see like those Family Feud, what they're saying when they ask the questions, and the guy's face is like, that's pretty funny.
We did have Challenger job cuts this morning at 7:30. I'll just mention that really quickly. The survey was 48%, actual was 23.5%, and then for Challenger job cuts total for November was 71,321, which is well below the prior at 153,000. So less job cuts in November than we had in October.
Yeah. Chad's saying everyone is adapting the Deli hair. Craig's hair is high and tight. It is. I've noticed that Craig is definitely he's pulling it back a little tighter, a little thinner comb. He's coming in there real tight with it. Going to you, Craig, with the tight hair for today. You heard the preview of expectations. What are you looking at market wise post this number?
Yeah, I think you guys talked about the bond market this morning, and there's these counterbalancing forces, right? The labor data has been weak, which has been part of the reason why the long end has been so strong this year.
Yeah.
But over the course of the last few days and weeks, it's been the pressure in the JGB market and yields moving higher in Japan, which has pressured the long end here in the U.S., particularly out in 30s. And so I think JGB yields last night, the 10-year was up another 4 basis points to 20-plus year highs. Japan had a 30-year auction, which actually went better than expected, but the yields are still up significantly from where they were a month ago. And so it looks like the BOJ is going to be hiking rates in 2 weeks. They're a week after the Fed. And so that's been pressuring the long end of bonds, and that's balancing this weak data. So again, I don't really think we're going to get, this, in addition to the claims data, we do get this Revelio jobs number. So last month it was a pretty bad number. And so it was negative. And so that was really the only, in addition to the ADP number being negative, that number was negative. So it's showing some signs of weakness. We'll see how that number comes in for this month. That comes out at 832. But the labor data has been soft. And so the question I think for next year is people are looking for rotations, maybe out of the AI stuff into downstream and the economy getting better because of tax cuts, deregulation, a weaker dollar. But if the labor market is weak and not showing any signs of improvement, kind of throws a bit of a curveball to this whole thesis that we're going to see a broadening out rally, right? I mean, if we're going to get more layoffs, it's going to be tougher as we head into 2026. Where's the recovery going to come from? If the AI story, let's say, slows down a little bit, what are people going to rotate into if the labor market's slowing? I think that's a big concern.
Totally agree. So when we get the data, everybody, Shy will give us the data, Jimmy will go over what's happening on the charts, and Craig will give us initial reactions across the board. For me, the way I look at it is I'm going to I have the ZB up. If they accelerate lower, I want to see how equities react to that. I think equities are going to be more reactive to bonds than the data itself because I think the equity markets are going to be a little bit confused by a number that maybe is too far out of line, and the bond market will get the initial strong reaction, and then we'll see from there. But who knows? That's just the way I look at it.
So jobless claims came in at 191,000, less than 220 expected, and continuing claims also less than expected at 1.939.
You'd have to assume that's part Thanksgiving week issues there with the data, right? Because of the filing week was for November 29th. And so, but came in at a significantly lower level, 191. That's got to be, I think that might be the low of the year. So it's a little bit of a weird number there. Very, very low number.
Rebelio came in at minus 9,000.
And Jimmy, what are you seeing on the tape across the
Yeah, I
board?
mean, I pivoted the bonds. You're right. I mean, we have a decent sell off here. It's still thinking about it, but we hit that Mentor Q 1-day min at 116.01. We're still trading at a 116 handle, but we did wick to a 115 handle. This is looking kind of negative. Just if you take a snapshot right now, we'll see if we kind of revert back to the mean right now. But didn't like it. The knee jerk reaction was negative for bonds.
Yeah. And somebody's talking about the yen. The yen didn't really do much. Yeah, it broke and then it came right back. Yeah, kind of random. What else are you seeing across the board,
Yeah.
Craig?
I mean,
Yeah,
sorry.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
Go ahead.
No, I was just
just
gonna
saying
say, I mean,
the
look, I
Nasdaq
think-
hasn't moved. It's stuck in the mud.
No, that's that stuff.
None of the indices moved on that.
Yeah, look, I think these Revelio numbers are actually going to be more important here. Second month in a row of another negative payroll, data point. Last month was revised lower to down negative 15,000. This month, negative 9,000, and then August and September also were revised lower. So I think the pace of hiring is weak and weaker than we thought. Coming through the summer, and not that it's a surprise, but it's weak. And I think this is why the Fed feels, more of a contingent on the Fed is feeling more comfortable about saying, look, we got to cut rates in December. But as we transition to next year, where is the evidence that inflation's coming down? That's the rub. And I think that there's a contingent that's struggling with that too. I think if the labor market continues to slide, inflation will come down. If people are getting fired and people are not getting hired, inflation is going to come down. But we're just not seeing it yet. And so I think there's that view on the Fed. Just we can't ease too rapidly here, because if we do and loosen financial conditions even more, stocks go up, wealth effect improves, and then inflation, which maybe it shows some positive trajectory, that gets thrown out the window, and we're just going to go back up again. So
yeah, my initial thoughts off this are: as you watch the bond market slide a little bit again. Markets typically, when you get news that's not really overwhelmingly favorable in one direction or the other, the markets are always going to tip their hand to where they really kind of want to go. And going back to what you said, Jimmy, the bond market is taking any little cracks it can of weakness and selling, right? I mean, that's the one thing that I see. So I continue to say, keep an eye on what the bond market's doing. Jimmy sniffed this out earlier. And saying that if the bond market didn't look good, it continues to knock on the door of lower. And again, everyone goes, well, not most people in here aren't trading bonds, but the reality is, if you're going to get volatility in this market going into the end of the year, going into the Fed meeting, the bond market is what's going to drive it right now, at least in my opinion. Because if the bond market continues to drift lower, that does start to wake up equities. You will get an uptick in VIX. You will get an uptick in volume of volatility, I think, across the board. Because if that long end starts to move lower the way it is, which is rates higher, that shakes up a little bit of a cocktail that I don't think the market was potentially ready for coming into the end of the year. And that Fed meeting gets a lot more focus on it.
And it's not really, at this point, with volatility being as compressed as it is, you can hedge yourself, right? Like there is now the VIX is coming out. So if you have a portfolio and you've done well for the year, there's opportunities now to protect yourself here with hedges, given the VIX back down at 16 again.
Yeah, Jimmy, take a look at what we're looking at the equity indexes. Let's see on the bigger picture what we're looking at coming into today. I mean, NASDAQ really hasn't done much. S&P as well. You have pretty much a flat tape across the board. I'm curious what kind of key levels you're looking at coming in. Maybe go over NASDAQ and S&P.
Yeah, I mean S&P right now. I mean we have a complete and utter baby candle doji today. We do have though I don't know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 day area of resistance. It's 68, 63 and a quarter. We can't seem to get a candle closed above that on a daily candle. Again, separation between all of the moving averages though, which is kind of bullish. And we have that November high as a target, and that's at 69.09. So from a daily bigger picture point of view, it's looking like we're sticky at the top, and eventually maybe we'll break through that ceiling. It just seems like that's a possibility right now. Intraday, though, man, look at this. I mean, what is this, a 17 handle range? I mean, let's just go low. At 54s were the lows, and 71s are the highs. So really, really tight range so far, and really, really low volume. We have 95,000 contracts traded in the front month of the E-mini S&P right now. That's a low, low volume day. I don't know,
Whoa, man.
maybe I don't know. It's strange. The other thing that's kind of important today is looking at that London initial balance. That European London initial balance was rather negative, right? And we'll see, and we can go to Mentor Edgeful and actually get stats on what this means going forward here. But we have a single break of.
Did we lose Jimmy? Chat, did we lose Jimmy? Production?
Can
Tell me.
anybody hear him?
Somebody. I mean, otherwise, me and Shy are going to start singing. Oh, there's Jimmy. Jimmy's back.
Yeah. So where do we
Yeah,
do
we
we
almost
talk
broke
about
out
the?
into a. We almost broke out into like a duet on stage on set here. I don't know if you noticed that.
Our subscriptions would just shoot up if that happens.
Yeah,
It would be good.
exactly.
No,
Well,
but
finish your thoughts, Jimmy.
the London initial balance is kind of interesting to me. I don't know if I broke out before that, but we have a single break above it. We can go to Edgeful and see the stats. Very possible a single break below it could happen today because it's such a tight range. Keep in mind what happened there in that London IB. So it's pretty negative here so far. So I got my eye on that. And, Jack's 3 sticky, 68, 70. We can't, every time we wake up there, sellers bring us back down. So this might be one of these sideways to slightly down days. Not sure yet.
Well, what song came to mind for you, Shy? If we had to sing, I was thinking Christmas time is here again. You could have done like the.
I don't.
I see. I like throwing everybody off like
I was
that.
thinking Greece, actually.
Oh, were you? See, when something came to your mind, that's all I'm going to say. So, were you going to say, Shy?
Yeah, I mean, all morning we've kind of been just barcoding really on the index market. So we'll see if anything gets excited or if we're in that hurry up and wait for the Fed. And we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I got to tell you, with less than 100,000 E-minis traded before
That's
pre-market,
crazy.
that is stupid low.
Yeah.
I mean, Europe, what are they doing? I mean, they're not
They're
doing
on
anything.
Christmas break.
Oh, yeah,
already.
for sure. I mean, how many months do they take off? I mean, really. I mean, Kane's on vacation every other month. I mean, it's unbelievable. He's
Yeah,
like,
they're off in the summer, then they're off in December. It's all
they're on
good.
holiday.
Holiday.
Yeah, holiday. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, again, I think that coming into today, anytime I see low volume, everybody, I'm not a big volume watcher. I don't even have it up, so I don't even really know most of the time what the volume is. A lot of times I could just look at the tape and kind of just gauge what the volume is, right? You can see if it's not doing much, but at the end of the day, when you see low volume, just, I'm somebody who comes in and I adjust my risk on a regular basis. If I think that things are really quiet and there's not a lot going on, I just lower my risk. So my risk per trade or whatever, I do set expectations based manually. I'm not like somebody who's very systematic every single day. It's like I'm risking the same amount, and I'm not day trading, but I look at the environment, and even if I'm swing trading, I always look at it and go, can I make that back? And that's the way I look at it. When it gets volatile, I expand my risk because I have the opportunity to make it back. Doesn't mean I will make it back if I'm wrong, but that's the way I've always approached it. And so when you see markets like this that are very quiet, do not be in a rush right now.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I mean, this is the kind of market to easily get chopped up in. And then suddenly you're taking a bunch of losses that you didn't need to take. So wait for a setup and then take it.
Yeah,
Don't try to force one.
For sure. One thing we haven't talked about this morning yet really is crypto. Bitcoin has caught a little bit of a bid as of late. Any stories out there you guys following in crypto?
Well, I talked about this a little bit yesterday afternoon. What we're seeing, aside from the Vanguard lifting the ban and then we saw kind of that inflow on Tuesday into that market. We're kind of flattened out a little bit because what we aren't seeing is really institutional flows jumping back into this. As you know, we have been seeing that every time we get a large dip, we see institutional flows move back in, and we're just not seeing that right now. And so, you know, I'm not sure this rally can hold.
Well,
to be honest.
if they're not doing it, it comes down to one simple thing: risk versus reward, right?
Yeah.
The potential upside now has probably been diminished. It doesn't mean
Right.
we go down much lower, but now they're looking at what the risk is on it is
Yeah.
probably higher. So if you're risking recent low of 80,000, you know, they're only thinking maybe it's going to 100,000 from here.
Yeah.
Right, Jimmy?
Well, structurally, the ether's actually looking a little bit stronger than the Bitcoin right now. It seems like it's getting a bigger bounce off the bottom, and it was a little bit less nasty sell-off.
Yep. We're going to go final thoughts into Shai and Jim before we break and go back to farm. So Shai, coming into today, we've got the data. Again, quick summary of what you think the data means for today and beyond, and any specific markets you're taking a look at.
You know, I'm pretty agnostic on what the data was. I don't think it matters to markets. It will matter to the bond market a little bit more. But as far as the numbers go, I don't think that's anything to be too concerned about. We do have some data at 10. It is non-market moving, so we have cap goods and durable goods. So I don't expect markets to move on that number. So at least that's out of the way. But quiet day so far, and like I said, you know, just keep it tight and wait for your setup. I wouldn't try to force anything in this kind of market environment right now.
Yeah, I mean, really nothing clear to me at all today. I mean, equities sideways to probably grind higher. Wouldn't overstay my welcome on any shorts by any stretch, and probably the same for longs, but I'd still be more inclined in this tape to be a buyer. Bond market, going back to what Jimmy said, he saw signs of weakness coming into the data. They took the data and ran it a little bit lower. Probably means a little sell the rallies, at least in bonds for now, but we'll see. And again, when you look at metals, man, metals aren't even really super clear right now. I mean, yeah, they still look bullish, but they're teetering, you know. So again, the tape is a little cloudy today. Final thoughts for you today, Craig?
Yeah, I think the data this week on the labor market is concerning, but with this claims data today, it pushes back the narrative of things are imploding. And that could be a concern for markets because anything that doesn't allow the Fed to push all systems go on easing is going to be something that the market's eventually not going to like. And so right now, 95-ish% chance of a cut now for December. We know it's happening, but is it going to work? Is cutting going to arrest the labor market declines? Probably not. And so if we don't get more cutting in next year, and this isn't a story for today, but this is a story for the next few weeks. If there's a view that the economy is good enough for the Fed to be on pause after this meeting, I think that is a concern come 2026, because I think there is signs in my view that the labor market is starting to deteriorate more rapidly, at least on the hiring front. And if we don't get the payroll growth, that puts a damper on the outlook for next year.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we are probably in this real holding pattern now into the Fed, because at this point we haven't talked much about rollover.
Hurry up and wait. Yeah.
Right? We rollover is about to happen. I mean, you see the volume. Nobody wants to put on risk right now. I mean, that's the bottom line. When you go back to crypto, we said why we're not seeing institutional flows. They don't want to put risk on.
Well, exactly. People, tech flying high this year. Everybody made a bunch of money. I don't think anybody's wants to kind of ruin anything, especially institutional flows in the back half of December.
Yeah, and when equities just having this recent sell-off, it's like, for me, I told everybody I was long, was probably one of the biggest positions I had in a while. I've been out for almost a week already. It's like I can't get back in because I look at the risk reward and I'm like, where am I going to go? I can't be long, I can't be short. I'm just waiting. Like if we get a pullback, maybe I step back in, but it's like everyone's looking at that recent low and going, that's the risk spot. Well,
Right.
What's the upside? Probably not, it's a good R, as the cool kids call it, right? Jimmy, we got a minute left, Jimmy. Final thoughts before we go to farm.
So for the equity traders out there, for the day traders, on my radar screen is initial balance breakouts, either up or out. I'm going to be looking for that. And if we don't get anything that's too dynamic, then I would lean into value area trading, relying on that volume profile, looking to get short at the top of the value area, looking to get long at the bottom of the value area. That's kind of how I would play today out.
Yeah, I mean, really, we have two perfect guys to be looking at that this morning. We've got Jack XY, and then we've got Leo and Selma. I think their strategies really fit well into this type of market environment. And of course, Pax's as well. The opening range, we'll see what that looks like
For sure.
today. So a lot more to go this morning here on Ninja Trader Live. Again, Chad, great to see all of you here this morning with us. Hit like and subscribe. Never miss an episode of Ninja Trader Live. We're at 161,000 already. We just crossed 150,000, what was it, not too long ago. So we really appreciate you and look for a lot more cool stuff coming like we did at the 150K giveaway. Or 150,000 subscriber count. We did giveaways, and we're going to have a lot more fun stuff coming. So stay tuned for all of that. Crew, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let's bring in Farm. I'm ready for the big guy. We're not going to do some big introduction here. They won't one up with me. You think we're going to have? It's Farm. He's here all the time with me. Look at him today. He's got that fresh haircut. It's a little spiky today, though. Like, what's going on there? Is this like another new look we're having? Were they? You got out of the shower, they put mousse in their hand and just moosed it up?
Nah, there's nothing in there. Just does that.
Yeah, well, I don't go that way. This is the whole process. So when I wake up, it's a helmet to go to bed, wake up, special shampoo, perfect blow dry. I mean, we're not going to get into all that, but maybe at some point we will. So this morning you heard everybody talk about what's going on in the markets. We had data, volumes extremely low. I mean, when Jimmy told me it was only 95,000 ES, I was like, whoa, what's happening here? Russell's going against your trend. It's been going up. I don't know what you think about that. I mean, it's now 2,500 points above 2,505 to be exact above your target. So I don't know.
Right.
What are your thoughts on the market?
I mean, I love it. I see that as a seller's discount, right? I mean, it's just great prices to be able to sell the Russell all the way to zero. But yeah, and I mean, market's clearly very confused about the Russell. But no, I mean, like breadth has been very good the last couple of days. It's actually like kind of a weird thing, right? Like the NASDAQ took out and traded above Friday's high. I don't remember which day, but I mean, well above. So did the Russell, so did the Dow. Like, what the hell is ES doing? Like, I mean, it just finally barely cracked Friday's high yesterday and didn't do a whole lot. It's been very, very interesting to see all of that. And then now at the same time, yesterday, the Dow came into a spot I would have expected a pause, 48,046 and just a little higher. The Russell came into a spot where I would expect a pause, 2513, 2520. And the NASDAQ came into a spot I would expect a pause, 686 to 700. So at the same time, like now finally ES looks like it wants to break out. And honestly, like the breakout yesterday was not a breakout. It just sort of looked like a stretching of range. So like I kind of have my hackles up today a little bit, just because it's been trading so odd, and the possibility of a liquidation break, just because it was such a weak attempted breakout, and then everything else went first, and then kind of now hit a natural stopping point. So I mean, it looks constructive, like you guys were saying. The overnight low is key, but at the same time, something's kind of nagging at me a little bit today that maybe it's not ready to go.
Yeah, I got a good golf analogy for what happened with yesterday with you at the S&P. When we play golf with our friends, we use this one expression, and when something happens that you're like, oh, it's not bad, but it's not what I expected. We call that the son-in-law. Not bad, but not what I expected. So that's what the S&P is right now too. Use that in your golf games, everybody. That's a good one. So let's take a look at Bitcoin. For me, Bitcoin actually is starting just over 100,000 on my strategy, and you have that right here. What I'm looking at, and here's where I think crypto. Well, we're talking Bitcoin specifically. Gets really interesting here now. I think into the end of the year is if it can hold this level, which I have it's round numbers, and it's 90,000. In Bitcoin, and you see that the bottom Bollinger Band has started to come back up. Like I love looks like this. I mean, I'm long spot. I'm not long futures, but I've been buying spot for a while, so it's not like it's. I needed to get up to 100,000 just to be a little bit in the green. But when I look at this move here in Bitcoin, this to me is very clear setup. If it holds above 90,000, we're going to trade, let's call it 101,000. If Bitcoin fails to hold there on a daily close and gets back down below there, I think that they have the potential to go back down and revisit the lows or even go lower. But if we get above 101,000 now, that's a pattern that has not happened in a while now. Then I would think that we have room to move higher. So going back to what I asked Shai this morning about what was going on in crypto land, and I could see why institutionals not really stepping back in here, because what's happening is obviously it's been a trend down, but you have limited upside now in what I see in Bitcoin. I mean, if it gets up to 100,000, 101,000, I think it's going to struggle. I have a boxed out range for that. And so, again, that's from my strategy, something that I see that's a pretty clear look for me. Again, I own spot. I'm not using futures for it, but I'm always owning a little bit of spot. But I've continued to accumulate because to me, it looks like a good low. Bond market, again, yeah, I'm going to have you mostly talk about the indexes. I'll go in there a little bit. But when I look at the 30-year bond, I mean, the other day, 116.25, that's Pax's quarterly pivot. His quarterly pivots are really, really good, big picture areas for me to look at, and it coincides right with my level, and that's what I look for a lot. The bond market continues to fail in areas that it should. Again, the kind of the son-in-law, right? Not bad of a move from there, but not what I expected. I expect them to probably make a new low. I would be very careful if you're trading bonds. Most people probably aren't trading bonds, but if you are, if we start getting near these lows, I think if we take them out, it could be a significant move. And I do think that this is the catalyst that eventually gets a little bit of volatility within the equity indexes, because when I look at this market and I go, this market has a web into all other markets. If that starts to happen, it starts moving currencies and everything starts to change. Future forecasts of the Fed, if the 30-year starts to move down with any sort of acceleration. We're not there yet, but it's something to keep an eye on. If we start to make a new low, I mean, the next level I have down is the low 114s. It's way down there. And so I think the bond market really needs to hold last week's low. Otherwise, I think that brings a lot of interest into all markets. And you heard Craig this morning talk about what's going on in the VIX. He said the VIX is really strong and positive gamma, which is, I think, obviously what's holding kind of equities back here as well from any sort of significant moves. I mean, look at the S&P's range overnight. I don't have a lot to say about it because my next target up top comes in the S&P, comes in right between 69.16 and 69.20. Again, I had a buy signal back here. I talked about it. I took it. I've been long out of it. But I look at it now, and it's probably just going to grind up to the low 6900s. I don't really have much to say about it except temper your expectations, everybody. Small and smart. When you see volume this low, when you hear what Craig talked about with the VIX, that's not my world. He knows a lot more about it than I do. And you just see that the market's really just wrapped tight here. S&P and NASDAQ, lower expectations, reduce risk, small and smart, as I like to say. I mean, they look like to me like they're going to continue to grind higher at higher targets. You got moving averages bunched up below there in the NASDAQ as well. It's like you probably take weakness, look at your first buy signal, scalp rotation, and be done with it. I mean, that's just the way I see this type of market environment. I don't see it much beyond that. I definitely don't really like selling into rallies, into slow, creepy markets, heading into rollover, heading into a Fed meeting, heading into the holidays. Just overall, when I picture that environment, it doesn't really tell me to like, oh, let's sell a little bit of strength there. It tells me wait for the moments of weakness, buy it, rotate out of it, get really small. Maybe you leave a little trailer, great, but don't overstay your welcome anywhere. That's what I see in the charts today, Farm.
Yeah, I mean, 100,000 contracts. I'm pretty sure you've got that stuffed in your couch cushions back from the GFC, right? I mean, that's kind of,
I mean, Jesus.
Right? I mean, you bought a few, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start with ES because, again, talking about this key break, I've been using 57 to 64 as a range coming into this week that needed to break. That was based off of Friday's spike. It was also a key breakdown area. We talked about that on Monday. And looking to see, if buyers could break that range, right? You could see it was stiff early in the week, and then we got this, breakout move yesterday, and it just kind of petered out. Definitely was a flaccid breakout, but it doesn't need to be bearish, right? I mean, the key here is that buyers need to make a clean break away from, call it 57. If you want, I'm going to provide allowances down to, basically 53, like the overnight low. To me, If sellers can come in and find meaningful traction below the overnight low, then it kind of brings all this into play. And like the 30 framed higher the entire day. I think we took out the low of a prior 30 on ES by like one tick, one time until the last 30-minute period of the day. And then NQ just didn't. I mean, it framed higher the entire day. So the risk there is that, if you've got traders that are still in their positions and they're trailing stops based off the 30 minutes that they entered, and those stops start to blow, they can just sort of pile on. And the strat traders call it a pivot machine gun. And, that's kind of the risk here. But like we haven't seen any kind of meaningful sellers. Volume is low. This is constructive. So to me, as long as the overnight low roughly holds, or if we get some kind of a peak below the overnight low that reclaims, let's say 57, 59, it's probably going to go. And I would agree. I've got 68.80 to 83 as like the first target. But ultimately I think 6,900, 6,902. And then I've got a spot up towards 6,920, like you said as well. The issue for me is just, again, like ES was slow behind the other indices. And then at the same time, everything else sort of hit a key area where it made sense to pause. Now, is this overnight pause? Is that it? I mean, the Russell, for example, has got a key spot at 2501 to 2502 spot 6, I guess I would say. So maybe it finds its feet there. NQ had, I'm going to talk about NQ just a little bit. I know the guys will on stream for sure, XY. 25,500 is just absolutely massive to me. Very, very important. 502 I'm using. Again, if you remember, that's where we basically broke down from. If you just look left, we had these 540s that were well bid down to these 502s. And it was that breakdown. And then it was high of day from the breakdown day was 502 roughly that we broke down from. That we reclaimed that. We've now crossed this distribution from that trailing week up here to the 686 to 700. So where are we going now? Are we going to consolidate further, or are we just going to keep ripping higher? And again, a pause I think would be fine. There's still a lot of room for pullback, and that'll play into, I think both ES, of course, will play into what NQ does. If ES breaks down, you'll probably see some weakness in NQ. And if NQ is a little bit weak today, then that probably weighs a little bit heavily on ES. So I actually kind of like the trading possibly on NQ a little bit better. I've got 598 to like 604. Basically, again, the overnight low is a key spot on your daily profile. That opens up rotations to 669 and then up here to the 686, 700. A loss of that 598. That was also that volume point of control from that key week where they basically distributed off that volume point of control. Lose that, and you're definitely looking at 540s and maybe that 502 spot. And, potential for trouble down there. Obviously, these 420s have been key. I came into the week using 438 to 452. But down to these 420s, obviously losing that would be a huge problem. So I can't think we'd see anything like that on a low volume day like today. But like, think about low volume. If the book is thin and they come in and they start selling them, you just never know. I don't see a reason for that. But again, I don't know. I just feel like ES is not, is just not into it right now. And I'm going to need to see some strength from buyers. But I mean, the thing is, we've seen some weakness every single night. And then two out of the 3 days this week, low of day was put it in the first 5 minutes, right? So like we had that big gap down on Monday. It was a true gap down below Friday's low. They just bought it up immediately, right? So there's nothing bearish here at all. I just kind of have my hackles up that maybe it's not going to be as clean as this move might have suggested, the attempted break higher yesterday. So that's broadly what I'm looking at. Again, call it the overnight low is your super key spot, and I'm going to generally be long biased above the overnight low. I would even like a quick sweep of that overnight low that reclaims to get long, and I think that would be fine. And then I'm just going to be slow to press the buy button below the overnight low. I'll either be short or I'll be waiting for a bit of a liquidation break to play out and then look to get long. I mean, we've broken no key technical level. Sellers have done absolutely nothing on a cash hours basis. And we talked about this, I think, way back at the beginning of the sell-off 2025. Like, show me a willingness from cash hour sellers to sell below a prior day's cash hours low. Again, like we traded Monday overnight below Friday's low, and then they immediately bought them up during cash hours. Yesterday morning, with the bear market of yesterday pre-market for like 30 minutes, they made it like a tick or two below the prior day's cash hours low, then they immediately bought them up. So like sellers have been nowhere, buyers have been kind of weak as well. Just participation's low right now. So I agree, keep it light. Pick your really good setups, watch your intraday profile, pick your spot, get it in good, and see what your runners can do.
Yeah, but what we try to talk, what we try to talk about here each and every morning on Digital Live is just understanding market environment. I've said many times over the course of my career, understanding market environment has helped me just become a better executor of my strategy. I mean, when you have a strategy, it really doesn't matter what it is if you don't understand the market environment. And people don't talk about this enough, but like my strategy does really well in like mean reversion type markets. I like to buy dips. I like mean reversion type trades. I don't do well in like markets that are just trending straight up because I can't find the risk. And so understanding what markets are conducive to your strategy is really the key. I mean, and so when you come in, I talked about this earlier, I'm somebody who's always been adjusting my risk based upon the market environment. And when I look at something like this, it's like, okay, you come in my days of scalping, I come in and look at it and go, okay, if I get a sell signal right away, am I going to jump on it in full position? No, I'm going to be smaller with the sell signal. And if I get a long that sets up and everything is kind of aligned and we're in this environment, I probably take that just a little bit more aggressively, but I adjust my risk because I know I always risked what I felt I could make back in a certain environment. And so when I see it would be really slow, I just took things back a little bit. Do not force it in these type of environments. And maybe this environment is what's really conducive to your strategy, and maybe that's great, but understanding it is the key. Farm, thanks for having you here as usual this morning. Have a wonderful weekend, and I look forward to seeing you. You're back on Sunday night this week, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Cool, man. All right, I'll see you then.
We'll see you. Take care.
All right, everybody. Here we are on Thursdays. We got a great lineup for you today. We've got Jack, we've got XY, and Jack's a new kid on the block. Been watching him for a while, and if you remember, there was a band. Wasn't there a band called New Kids on the Block? And I was thinking about this when I saw the pictures of Jack and XY, and I said, if I was going to start a new boy band, these two guys might be the right guys. I mean, two good-looking dudes with great strategies, and so there could be something there. We're going to be really looking forward to that. So let's get ready to trade the open with Jack and XYZ. There they are, man. Let's do it.
Is Chad old enough to know New Kids on the Block?
Yeah, I got a face for radio, but not a voice for it. I can't sing for the life of me. But I'm actually down here in Naples, Anthony.
Oh man, yeah, you got to come by the studio, man. What are we doing? How long are you here for?
I'm leaving today, but I'll be back in January. My parents live down here, so I was just down here for a week helping them around the house and spending some time with them. But I'll be back in January, and I'll swing by.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, no, I've been checking you on the stream. I'm like, I wonder how long he's down here for. I was assuming for a period of time. Nobody wants to go back to Chicago, and right now it's going to be like 12 degrees today.
I know. I was looking at the weather and the snow. I'm like, oh, it's brutal. I don't even think I brought warm enough clothes to brave the Uber wait outside on the corner of O'Hare.
Oh, I know. I'm actually going to be there next week for a couple of days. My last Chicago trip for the year. So I mean, I won't wear a hat though. I'm still grinding it out. You don't cover it. I mean, you just don't do that.
You cannot cover that.
No, you can't. You can't do it. So, boys, we talked about it. Overnight volume extremely low, 95,000 contracts. Maybe we've hit 100 now in ES, but doesn't matter. Anytime you've got 5 digits in volume in the E-mini S&P, it's a slow overnight session. London, these guys, like we said, Kane's always on holiday, so who knows? Europe could be on another holiday we don't know about. So here we are coming into a day like today. I talked about just tempering expectations. I'm not a volume watcher, but you guys are seasoned guys. you get an idea of what the market environment is like coming into the day. You can see that today's going to be a slower day. What are you guys looking at coming into today, and what's the mindset? Maybe we'll start with you, XY, and then we'll go to Jack.
Uh, well, you guys know I keep it pretty simple. For NQ, we've got a lot of just overlapping value and volume now. So downsides, they make the choice. They're trading up, balancing up here, and they're not really putting in any volume back down. So obviously they're going to test the other side. Just want to show why this zone is red. So I have this marked because similar to this, it is volume that preceded a significant move. So to me, it's kind of like a lot of people like to say trapped buyers or trapped sellers. I'm more simplistic. It's just, look, the market finally traded an area of low volume, right? It's low, it's low. So they tried it back down, they tried it again, and it's a big flush. So I'm going to mark that specific volume that was built that led somewhere. And that's where the market's bumping its head. It's having issues because it's not building that volume. So the first test, big taper, down, came back, no interest, down, came back. We're testing it now. I wouldn't say this is interest either, but the difference now is there's no interest back lower. So there's this little box here because to me, this is going to be a reference point of, do they decide to trade back into this range? So the last time they were here, we did build volume. Overall, it's pretty thin. I think if we accept below this range, we could start to move down through this like lower volume area. So NQ stuck between a few spots. It's just this, a taper, after not showing interest, trading above it, and then not showing interest back below. That's why there's this zone still until, information changes. It's what I'm going with. This is the most recent prior info. Lack of interest, lack of interest, lack of interest, lack of interest. If again, at the open, they're going to put in their inventory. If it's still going to be an issue to build interest trading higher, then I'm going to expect a rotation back down. Again, no one's going to like it. No one enjoys this, 3-day balance, but the market gives what it gives. Gold, they did hold a prior break. They tried to trade back into it. They got a little trapped here again. So coming back up, we do have this volume. So I'm going to mark this for now, just for reference. We have a build. As we came up, we clearly found the supply, right? Now it's trading back below. As it trades back into where the market was willing to trade on the buy side, it's the only way you can build volume, two-sided tape, which means there are buyers. They just went away. No one's willing to buy this range anymore. Again, you come up, taper, right? Not too much of an effort. And you go back down, naturally. You test the downside again. Again, it's a taper. So now the only question is higher or low to move back up, or they're going to just stall again where they need to put in volume and then make their way back down. So for gold, what I'm noticing now is a pretty good hourly candle. We came up, pretty good candle out, pull back, higher low still. This is a pretty good candle for long. So I do expect now for gold to make its way back into this range. We'll see if we can catch anything alongside of it, but NQ is just stuck trying to make a choice, and I'm going to wait for that decision to be made. So that's my outlook for now.
Got it. Thanks, XY. Jack, coming into the day, what are the thoughts?
Well, I am long gold and oil going into the day. The index is, of course, as everyone has already talked about, so I'm not going to reiterate, but we have been pretty boring. But we do have VIX breaking down, and I think we're going to have a breakout off the open in the indexes. When I came on Tuesday, I talked about there was a gamma level in the SPX that we really needed to get above. We're opening above that right now. That translates to about a 6860 in the S&P 500. So as long as we can hold above those levels straight off the open, I'm expecting, really a quick move right up to 68 high, 6885, 6890 off the open, and then eventual targets today. If we can sustain this rally, I'm looking for moves up to 6900 in the S&P 500, and it possibly up to 25,850. So I'm long bias almost everything right now. Oil's been more of a consolidating market. We really are going sideways here, but I picked up a long, which was just the middle of the prior day's swing. Let me go to a different time frame here. but I picked up a long last night. I just held it all night long looking for a top of the range trade. But we had the swing lows of Tuesday to the swing highs of Wednesday. That 50% retracement traded and held all day yesterday. So as we opened, I picked up really the first breakout and just kind of put my stop. We're still consolidating between this 59 like 15s to 59 45s. But I think if we can break out, we can at least touch the prior day's high. And I've been in the trade so long, I want to stretch my targets up towards 59.90. I think that's kind of where the top end of the range is going to be. We did have oil inventories yesterday, which the initial response was bullish in oil, but we faded right back in. We're also approaching the top of a daily trend line. That's this channel we've been in CL. So that's what I got for oil. I'm long from 59.07s. My target right now is 59.59. I might be tempted to stretch that higher in CL. And then for gold, this morning I was looking at it. We had held a retest of the zone we started breaking out during the European Open. And as soon as gold futures opened this morning, we also we spent a little time. We had an ATR bar expansion. That's those yellow bars you see on my screen. That's when the range expands 50% above the average. When we hold that low, I really like to see it. I'm looking for a 42.44 target in gold, and then I'll kind of just be sitting sidelines. But the question here for the ES, I thought that was like an early morning entry and already holding two positions in my book. I don't really like to add a third typically. I just gyrate back and forth between markets depending on what I'm liking. So I'm not, forced to overtrade one if I'm only looking at one. But I am expecting a continuation higher here off the open. It does look like we're finally squeezing out of this balance. VIX is through the prior day's low. And I think we got the recipe for at least a quick continuation. But don't be surprised if we back and fill it later in the day.
Yeah, no. Love your work, Jack, too. Getting the chance to get to know what you're doing here more and more on Ninja Trader Live. I've been tuning in when I've not been here and enjoy your analysis. The crude oil trade, I was in it with you, I think, not too long ago. I mean, I trade on a swing basis, but the time is what's been killing me on this thing, dude. I mean, it's just like, look at you. You bought it like the low tick, and it's like you sit there, you're like 20-something ticks, and you're going, for the love of God.
I know.
I mean, I can't handle it. I mean, I don't want my hair to be all white. You know what I mean? I'm trying to can this thing get any momentum? It's unbelievable. But I'm with you. I think that's the play, though, in crude these days is just be patient, buy the dips. You could have tight stops, and it's grinding up, hitting targets. It's just not giving you a ton of follow-through. But, yeah, man, I love the analysis. Looking forward to watching YouTube today. Everybody in chat, show my boys some love. Hit that like and subscribe. Really excited to have Jack here, part of Ninja Trader Live with us, and XYZ knows he's my boy, man. Love that guy. So show some love for them. Follow them on X and check out what they're doing beyond X. Chat, I'm done for the morning, boys. I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, thanks for the comments, Anthony. You have a great day. Maybe I'll see you on my way to the airport.
Later.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's oil just coming right back in. Of course, it's just like hold it all night. At this point, I gotta put my stop above my entry, regardless of where I think it's going. It'll just basically go back into consolidation. If I do get cracked out on this for like what would be break even after holding for 11 hours, it is what it is. But I'd probably look to get back in around 58.90 area if we get down there. But hopefully we can hold it. These indexes, though, man, that's why you got to get to your desk early. Look at this breakout here in the last 15 minutes, popping above that. That's the same. But when we were talking about XYZ, when we got on, that was the high for the last few days. That sell off.
You're talking about gold?
No, the indexes.
Oil?
I know I'm switching products on you, but when we were on Tuesday, like when we cracked off that high, that's basically been the high for these indexes, and I think they're breaking it out because we got back on the mic.
I'm hoping so because I don't want to get stuck in that range again.
Yeah,
it's looking like they want to.
No, it's a matter of for me. For those indexes. I mean, it's nice to see the breakout, but a lot of times when we get a breakout like this and I'm not in it, I'll just be sitting here.
So you're saying if you're not in it, it tends to go.
Yeah, exactly. So if I'm not in it, you should be long. Oh, man.
Carlos asks, what is your trading strategy? It's just order flow. High time frame to low time frame, just tracking volume. Where's it building? Where is it not? I see some people in the chat might not like volume too much. I'm a fan myself.
Here, let me pull up the chat here. All I can see is the Zoom chat right now. Here we are. See myself.
Chat thinks you
Yeah.
need a new
Also,
mic.
I'm more active actually on Instagram than I am on Twitter. Like I got a lot of health stuff on Twitter, but my Instagram handle is Trader. The echo. Let me check. Okay, let me check my mic. No, it should be my normal mic. The echo might be the fan of my computer. Okay. All righty, here we got about 15 minutes to the open. This feels like a long time. Feels like a long time. Yeah, but VIX cracking through. We're trading down to 1760 in the VIX. Yesterday's low was 1775-ish. Pushing up. The next ES level I have up here is 68.85s. And then, man, if we really get a push, 69.28s would be great. But you're gonna see me for the most part just holding these current positions. Sorry not to have anything for you guys right here, but that's trading.
We got the open at 15. Probably not gonna. Oh, I'm definitely not gonna take a position before then. At this point, missed the gold long. And Q's definitely trying to make a choice here. Are you flat?
I'm long gold and oil, but I got long oil last night. Just held it, and I mean, we just had a huge move back to the bottom of the range, but it's still holding. I'm hoping we eventually get a breakout. Obviously later today because I'm long, and then gold I got long this morning when I got to my desk. I'm long from like a 42.20-ish area. Targets of 42.44. But yeah, I do have an order that I placed before this breakout in the NASDAQ looking for a deeper pullback, but I don't know if that's going to happen at this point in time or at least anytime soon. But so I'll either cancel that or move it up. But I will not be chasing these markets higher at the open.
Blah blah 1 2 3 4 5x. My entire strategy is out on the internet. It's on paintingthetape.net. I made a little playbook for you guys. It's a caveat. It's not a beginner's guide to order flow trading. It's just what I do, as concise as I could have made it with some examples. If you want my multi-time frame top-down approach, it's all in there for volume believers. Good morning. I know nothing. Full gluten. Okay.
I know nothing's a good name to start when you start trading. It's like that. That's the humbleness you need. That's the character you want.
Please refer to my playbook. Yes. That I'm glad it's out now so I can just say that over and over.
Well, I am in a tight consolidation. I have not followed that recently.
Wow, gold really took off.
Yeah, we kind of came to that bottom of that daily range. Tuesday's low had a nice rally. Also, we're below. I always look at the prior day's midpoints, like especially if we're in sideways markets, because eventually we'll just trade it. The midpoint of there goes my basically a break-even stop in CL as we crash through the lows of the European session. I will relimit that at 59s, 59 to 59, 57.
Order submitted.
But yeah, gold, the middle of yesterday's range in gold is 40 to 49. So I prefer, like, especially like my higher time frame bias is bullish in gold right now. And if we're below the middle day's range, the middle of the prior day's range, and I have a higher time frame bullish setup, or bullish bias, and then I get a shorter time frame bullish setup near the bottom of that range, that's really a good signal for me. I did a trade plan early this morning for some people in my Discord, and I basically said that that was my favorite setup, and it's looking good so far. We still need to continue up above this most recent swing high at 610 to get my final target, but we'll see what we got.
Chat wants to know what orders you're submitting.
Can't they see my screen?
They can, actually.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah, actually, yeah. If you guys have issues, maybe blow up the
Good.
stream.
If you're just looking at the chat and have my audio, I mean, you can see what orders I'm submitting by looking at the screen.
Yeah, production helps you guys out. Just maxed out his screen for you guys.
But to answer your question, if
Oh,
you're not looking at the
one of
screen-
them, they couldn't see. They can only see the right half of the screens.
Gotcha. Yeah, that
They can see it now.
NASDAQ order, I'm probably going to end up canceling. I placed that before the breakout.
Jack, do you
I
work out?
every day? No, I mean, I'd work out, but not every day. You should see these traps. They told me I had to come here with my shirt on.
Don't scare everybody away, you know?
My Twitter handle is literally Jack Gleason, but I'm more active on, honestly, like my Instagram is literally trader. I post trades on there. Honestly, Twitter, like I know everybody's all over Twitter. Like I tweet some stuff, like I tweet random things. So I'm not like a big Twitter influencer. I'm gonna be completely honest. I just like I look at like health stuff on Twitter and like retweet things that I want to read later. But I occasionally throw some stuff out there, some videos or some analysis. I'll even throw some stocks out there, but I'm not like extremely active in the financial influencing space.
Yeah, I don't really tweet too much, so I don't have as many followers as people would, but it's a
Are we
lot of
the new
work, man.
Twitter
Being
crew?
active on socials, for me at least, it's a lot of work.
Not built for the bird app. Yeah, I guess.
How'd you
That's
get that? How'd you get that trader handle? Were you just first to it or you bought it?
non-disclosure. I've had it for a long time. I've had it for like 8 years.
Mm.
I've had it for 8 years. But people try to hack me all the time. Just good luck, guys. I got 2FA on that. I've had it shut down so many times. It's honestly given me so many problems. I mean, not anymore since like they had like the verification check marks on it. But before I would have people, I'm sure anybody in this space is where like they would, duplicate my profile, DM my followers, steal money from them, pretend they're me. And then, somebody I wouldn't know would be like, hey, by the way, like I sent you $40,000 of Bitcoin. You said you're going to trade my money. I'm like, yeah, it did not come my way.
Chat's like challenge accepted. Well, if you ever want to offload it, I'll give you $50 for it.
I've been offered quite a bit. I've had some guy in Dubai offered me some insane amount of money, but I was like, if I can't buy a house, I don't really care. Like,
Yeah, it's
if I
got
can
to
buy
be
like
at
a
least
home-
7 figs for
Yeah.
that bad boy.
I'd take like $500,000.
What? Nah, it's got to be at least 7 figs. Trader,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
one.
it's worth that.
That's the one. I'm surprised that Mr. Dubai didn't offer you that much. He must
I
not.
know.
No, he's not that serious.
I
He's not
know,
serious
right? I was like, what do you want to do with it, dude?
enough.
It's like
Scam.
negotiating. I don't know. Who knows?
He wants
I
to
mean,
scam with it.
it's a shady world, that Instagram handle world. So I don't really mess with it. It's like I mean, it's, if I'm not trader, who am I? I have an identity crisis.
I'm just a guy with $500,000.
Oh man. No, I also have a friend that works. So like anytime my like stuff gets taken down, um, it doesn't happen anymore. Like I said, but like I have an inside plug that helps
Oh, you've got
me.
a guy.
Yeah, it's a girl actually, but got a guy. But not in any like illicit way. She just helped me with like problems because people will like bot report you um for whatever, and then
Sounds like a
she puts
headache,
me on it. I
honestly.
mean, getting a hold of Instagram support is very hard
Mhm.
without somebody.
Will I upload again trading recaps like I did in my YouTube? I will. It's just I'm like hella busy now. But I will. I just don't know when. Maybe sometime January I'll pick it back up. Um, yeah, there's just a lot for me to do right now across many things. So I will. Thank you for the compliments on the playbook chat. I'm seeing it now. Wall Street Journal. That's a compliment. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you guys are finding value. So, what is my bias today? For gold, it's definitely upside. Hmm, missed along and don't want to chase anything, although
Yeah,
it's
it's just
just
not been a
running.
good market to chase
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, I've learned quickly back in the day, what, like maybe 3 years ago, if you chase gold, you're gonna lose your whole account. So, not something I
Mhm.
like to do. The spread's a little too big and the
It,
um
it's a big boy
the book's a little
contract.
thin. Yeah, book's thin on contracts more than NQ and ES. NQ, I am neutral. I want to see what they decide. I'm just gonna let the market decide for me, um, based on zones. Mostly these three zones: red, gray, green, and I will trade it accordingly. If we don't break this upside and really drive, we could get quite a reversion, which I'm not sure many would enjoy because it's going to be a 3-day balance.
Yeah, we just open up gap higher to sell all day. I've seen it happen.
Yep.
If we lose at 68.50, that squeeze this morning will totally revert. I mean, especially when everybody's trapped here. Seems like, of course,
Yeah.
I prefer breakout as chasing a breakout as opposed to chasing a breakdown. I would not want to short a move below the lows. Um, but
Morning, Shab. Which time frame volume profile? These are daily profiles, 24 hour. This is a 5-day rolling. My main chart I use RTH profile.
Gold gluten, you might get it. You might get it. I would not be surprised to see gold go further than my targets here, but
What's your
you know,
target?
42, 44. I mean, I
Oh,
think
that's
if this,
swingish area.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that
this
was,
can actually go to like the 50s.
oh, well, should I move my target up? I mean,
You
what are you
shouldn't even,
guys
don't
telling me
even
to
put a
do?
target on. Just take the target off.
Just let it ride
It's
all
never
day.
gonna
Just
stop. This
the bell
is,
is the target. I mean, we are bottom of the range. 42.50 is the midpoint of the day, or 42.49 is. So I mean, I got alerts up there, but I love that we took out that prior day low, built some demand, and then ripped it back up above that swing high. I just think there's going to be another entry after my exit. I'm sticking with my plan here.
I think so too. I'm hoping I can get alongside at some point. But yeah, they did the exact same thing. They came into a range, they tapered it, and they found demand where they did prior. The information is literally repeating what happened last time when it went bid. So naturally, I mean, ideally, you would want to listen to that info the second time around, and Jack's getting paid for it. That's for sure.
Let's go. I tell you, I am gonna. I'll tell you what, I might move up a really aggressive order in the NASDAQ. I'm going to give it one shot. I'm just looking at something. I have to wait till we open. Sometimes I chart the RTH separately from the Globex session as well. I just have different patterns.
Well, this is quite a candle they're working on here. So we'll see. 10 seconds. 10 seconds until finally get some action.
Here she goes.
So the tape immediately flips into offer. Let's see what they even get for it.
I just placed an order. It's 25,673 half here in the MQ.
For a long?
So, yeah.
Order submitted.
I'm gonna gauge the 650s maybe.
We're either going to hold this breakout immediately or we're just going to fade back in. That's just my thesis. And this is just my shot of it holding. Have no hope. They have no hope.
All right. Well, they are certainly making a choice there. The tape just went really negative off the open. But look, we still got a chance to hold 600s prior or overnight low. This can easily be a tale of the sellers having their way for the first 15 minutes and just getting smoked for the next 3 hours. So I'm just waiting.
Yeah. If we hold, I mean,
Look at gold.
5,617 would be the next thing I'd have immediately below this. We're basically right back to the gap fill. We swing up towards here, though. It said morning volatility. These candles are going to be big, but I tell you what, that gold is coming in. I'm itching to take that target higher, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not.
You're flat to flat, right? No partials?
Yeah, no partials.
Yeah, if that were the case, yeah, I'd do it too. But this is coming from a guy that sucks at holding trades, so mileage may vary.
Fair. Different strategies. I think chat's front running me. I just can't.
Let's see if we can pull it back.
2 ticks for my entry. I'm gonna drop this back.
Tape is still really aggressive on sell side.
Yeah, it looks like I think we're gonna take out that. We're gonna just sweep this low and cook my stop right into my next support. Let's see here.
Okay.
Wow.
Looks like a reoffer is on the menu for me at this point.
Wow.
Oh, this candle just completely flipped. This is insane.
Not able to hold above those levels. Oh man, literally 2 ticks for my exit in gold. Let's go. Come on, get back up there.
It's a bit of low volume right outside the 42.5 on gold. Tapers
My
a
goodness.
lot.
Now I feel like the saying, as the saying goes, a dick for a tick. Literally 2 ticks from my
Is that what just happened?
from my. I'm definitely moving my stop up in GC. That's for sure. All right, I did just get relong oil at 58.97, which is this bottom of the range.
Well,
Now that
ES,
now that I didn't get my order off here, I'm gonna get long ES2.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Move that stop up a bit. All right.
let's see if I can offer maybe 640s in Q. I don't like ES's profile. Definitely got to go up higher and fill this in.
I can move my CL stop up.
Big buying indices right here.
Yeah. I mean, that's a scary candle off the open, but we're not breaking any structure.
Right.
Like we're right back to the middle of the prior day's range in the NASDAQ, and the ES is holding pretty strong. I mean, if we take out that high, we're going right back to 85s, and then really, I got targets at 98s, which is going to take a while, but I'm getting out of this gold. That's
Order
2 ticks from my exit, and then like 4 points, 5 points lower. I'm not sticking around. I'll wait for a new entry. I'm already just gotta cash something. If we pull back in GC to like 32s,
Let's see if there's an offer potential. They're finding something
Order
in
submitted.
630s. I would want 640s at least. But it's moving a little too quick for me to get more size on. So we're only on 2 lots right now, guys. So we'll see what they do from here. Fail to reoffer, I will just scratch this out. As usual, you guys know how it goes. I wanted the 640s, really. They gave 630s. I held off, and well, my fill is in the 10s now, so I would be willing to add more on the 620, 630s, but we'll see what they do. I'll also add lower, depending on this order flow here. We will see. So yeah, I was really eyeing the 30s. I wanted to get positioned in the 20s if they can leave the 30s bid in the dust, and they just skipped the 20s, went straight to the 10s. My fills are not where I want them to be. So
Order filled.
I can't put more size. A higher low hold here would also be pretty good for buy side, but I'm anticipating lower for now. So they're crawling up. I'm adding another one, so I'm in for 3.
Oh man, another front run my gold oil order by 2 ticks. Here we go.
Gold stars and
Oh,
filled you alongside, huh?
it's just
Order
there
submitted.
we go.
All right, I'm in 4 lots and Q down here.
Bounce.
So if they pop this trade back into mid-20s, I'm actually gonna flatten it and try to reposition if anything. Since I'm already in 4, yeah, I'm gonna flatten it, see if I can get a better position on these. Because we're holding a high low. Um, looking for the 9 now, which is around the 50s. So still gonna see if they offer the 40s, but if they can't, this is a higher low. And we're gonna go back up. I'll give them a shot. I'm gonna take a look at this. So they traded into the 40s just barely. Tape is still really bid, so I'm gonna wait for that to die off before even attempting along. So 40s looks a bit stuck for now. See who's stuck.
If I can get oil back above 59.04, I'm going to feel a little more comfortable in this position and then move my stop up. I'm going to set some timers here. You know,
You're
you're
like a
such a
stop
fast
out
paced,
shot clock?
you're such a fast paced trader, and I trade them on much slower pace. I feel like when I'm listening to you talk, I'm like I gotta move faster.
Yeah, I'm in 4 lots short now again. So hopefully this works. This is working a lot better than last time. So yeah, I gotta stay nimble. Get out when it's not working because if I hold things, I'm like the opposite of you where it's gonna be more difficult to manage and like all these things are kicking in. I need to see it. It's kind of like just that's why I have to be a scalper or I'm gonna be in the dirt. All right,
All
I'm
right, man,
gonna
you know yourself.
take, oh, I was gonna take some off, but I'm in for 4, so I want to hold
Order
these
filled.
longer. Couldn't really get any more on. They didn't spend too much time in the 40s, which was also why I tried the short, but we'll see what we get. We had about 2,200 open profits. Oh, here's 3K. I'm taking some off. We are 50 points in on this trade. I'm gonna hold on to 2. Well, Chad says I might. One guy had said I was 72 just yesterday.
Oh, that's my Spotify told me I was 91.
I'm gonna gauge the 650s maybe.
We're either going to hold this breakout immediately or we're just going to fade back in. That's just
Mhm.
my thesis. And this is just my shot of it holding. They have no hope. They have no hope.
All right. Well, they are certainly making a choice. The tape just went really negative off the open. But look, we still got a chance to hold 600s prior or overnight low. This can easily be a tale of the sellers having their way for the first 15 minutes and just getting smoked for the next 3 hours. So I'm just waiting.
Yeah. If we hold, I mean,
Look at gold.
5,617 would be the next thing I'd have immediately below this. We're basically right back to the gap fill. We swing up towards here, though. It said morning volatility. These candles are going to be big, but I tell you what, that gold is coming in. I'm itching to take that target higher, but I'm not going to do it. I'm not.
You're flat to flat, right? No partials?
Yeah, no partials.
Yeah, if that were the case, yeah, I'd do it too. But this is coming from a guy that sucks at holding trades, so mileage may vary.
Fair. Different strategies. I think chat's front running me. I just
I'm
can't.
gonna see if we can pull it
ticks.
back.
2 ticks for my entry. I'm gonna drop this back.
Tape is still really aggressive on sell side.
Yeah, it looks like I think we're gonna take out that. We're gonna just sweep this low and cook my stop right into my next support. Let's see here.
Okay.
Wow.
Looks like a reoffer is on the menu for me at this point.
Wow.
Oh, this candle just completely flipped. This is insane.
Not able to hold above those levels. Oh man, literally 2 ticks for my exit in gold. Let's go. Come on, get back up there.
It's a bit of low volume right outside the 42.5 on gold. Tapers
My
a
goodness.
lot.
I feel like that saying, as the saying goes, a dick for a tick. Literally 2 ticks for my.
Is that what just happened?
For my, I'm definitely moving my stop up in GC. That's for sure. All right, I did just get relong oil at 58.97, which is this bottom of the range.
Well,
Now that I didn't get my order off here, I'm gonna get long ES too.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Move that stop up a bit. All right.
let's see if I can offer maybe 640s in Q. I don't like ES's profile. Definitely got to go up higher and fill this in.
I can move my CL stop up.
Big buying indices right here.
Yeah. I mean, that's a scary candle off the open, but we're not breaking any structure.
Right.
Like we're right back to the middle of the prior day's range in the NASDAQ, and the ES is holding pretty strong. If we take out that high, we're going right back to 85s, and then really, I got targets at 98s, which is going to take a while, but I'm getting out of this gold. That's
Order
2 ticks from my exit, and then like 4 points, 5 points lower. I'm not sticking around. I'll wait for a new entry. I'm already just got to cash something. If we pull back in GC to like 32s,
Let's see if there's an offer potential. They're finding something
Order
in
submitted.
630s. I would want 640s at least. But It's moving a little too quick for me to get more size on, so we're only on 2 lots right now, guys. So we'll see what they do from here. Fail to reoffer, I will just scratch this out. As usual, you guys know how it goes. I wanted the 640s, really. They gave 630s. I held off, and well, my fill is in the 10s now, so I would be willing to add more on the 620, 630s, but we'll see what they do. I'll also add lower, depending on this order flow here. We will see. So yeah, I was really eyeing the 30s. I wanted to get positioned in the 20s if they can leave the 30s bid in the dust, and they just skipped the 20s, went straight to the 10s. My fills are not where I want them to be, so
Order filled.
I can't put more size. A higher low hold here would also be pretty good for buy side, but I'm anticipating lower for now. So they're crawling up. I'm adding another one, so I'm in for 3.
Oh man, another front run my gold oil order by 2 ticks. Here we go.
Gold stars and filled you alongside, huh?
It's just
Order
here
submitted.
we go.
All right, I'm in 4 lots and Q down here.
Bounce.
So if they pop this trade back into mid 20s, I'm actually gonna flatten it and try to reposition if anything. Since I'm already in 4, yeah, I'm gonna flatten it, see if I can get a better position on these. Because we're holding a higher low. Looking for the 9 now, which is around the 50s. So still gonna see if they offer the 40s, but if they can't, this is a higher low. And we're gonna go back up. I'll give them a shot. I'm gonna take a look at this. So they traded into the 40s just barely. Tape is still really bid, so I'm gonna wait for that to die off before even attempting along. So 40s looks a bit stuck for now. See who's stuck.
If I can get oil back above 59.04, I'm going to feel a little more comfortable in this position and then move my stop up. I'm going to set some timers here. You know,
You're
you're
like a
such a
stop out
fast-paced
shot clock?
you're such a fast-paced trader, and I trade them on much slower pace. I feel like when I'm listening to you talk, I'm like, I gotta move faster.
Yeah, I'm in 4 lots short now again. So hopefully this works. This is working a lot better than last time. So yeah, I gotta stay nimble, get out when it's not working, because if I hold things, I'm like the opposite of you, where it's gonna be more difficult to manage and like all these things start kicking in. I need to see it. It's kind of like just that's why I have to be a scalper or I'm gonna be in the dirt. All right, I'm
Man,
gonna
you know yourself.
oh, I was gonna take some off, but I'm in for 4, so I want to hold
Order
these
filled.
longer. Couldn't really get any more on. They didn't spend too much time in the 40s, which was also why I tried the short, but we'll see what we get. We had about 2,200 open profits. Oh, there's 3K. I'm taking some off. We are 50 points in on this trade. I'm gonna hold on to 2. and see how much they want to boogie. I'm gonna put a break-even stop on the remaining two and limit order new low a day, and I will probably limit order a retest of a weekly open down here. So, well, we did it, chat.
Nice.
I think I forgot who asked, but yeah, that scratch I took. I think I had four or five on, but that was a $600 loss. So when you scratch on four in this kind of volatility, and yeah, that ended up being like what, 12? Not 12 points. However many points, 7, 8 points. It was more than I wanted, honestly. Slippage, but we got it back. It's fine.
A nice 153.5-minute bar off the open in the Nasdaq.
I know.
Sheesh. A little different than yesterday.
This candle is still just, we don't even know if it's going to be a red or green candle yet. And it's about to close. So the reason my stop is here, guys, if we hold this range again, where this little zone is, I think the downsides are even more so going to be out of the question for me in the shorter term for sure, because that's going to be a second attempt, in some ways a third attempt. And if they're going to taper it again, market's screaming at me at that point. Like no one wants to drive this thing down here. So I will be happy to get back or take off these two lots at break even. Thanks, chat. It wasn't easy. Yeah, I need to get a DOM up so I can get some better entries. I'll see what they can do for me, chat. Market ordering in at the open is not fun.
Question how old I am? I'm 36.
Unk.
Want my social too?
Is he an unk, chat? What's the verdict?
Am I an uncle?
Yeah, they'll call you unk if you're old enough.
I have a
No
daughter.
wonder. You have a daughter?
Yeah, I have a daughter.
Chat, 36. Unk? Oh, what's the over under here on the unk?
Hunk. I've created a couple uncles. Got two brothers. Call me Unk.
Unk maker.
Grandpa. 20% Unk. Yeah, not many people believe how old I am.
So they think you're older or younger?
They think I'm younger.
Well, chat's still the verdict's still out for me. I'm either in my early 20s or I'm 45. They don't seem to have an in between for me.
That's funny. But are you in California?
I'm in LA, yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So it's hella early. It's
Yeah, you
hella,
gotta wake up early over there, man.
the sun is
It's
barely like coming out right now.
East Coast time is nice.
Yeah, I bet.
Chicago time is a little like
It's a struggle.
yeah, I mean, like either like it's like in the middle because like LA, you're just like you're on a totally different lifestyle because you got to wake up at like I don't know what are you waking up at 4:30, 5?
I wake up like an hour before I stream. So yeah, like 4:50. I give like an hour and 10-minute buffer, 4:50 today. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
well, look, I'm on with Jack. We know he could talk, so I can chill. Got an easy morning, you know?
You talk faster though, that's for sure. It's that LA.
Yeah, I think I talk fast because I'm like panicking when I'm like trying to trade. I'm like staring at the DOM and trying to explain things and trying to execute at the same time. I'm like, I gotta get it out, get the words out.
I feel that. That's definitely more panicky, like trading with I'm used to almost complete silence when I trade. So
Mhm. Yeah, I do miss that. I do miss that. Being a streamer is tough. All right, let's see if we can crack a new low, chat. Otherwise, I'm calling the police.
Yeah, if we man, if we start cracking these lows, then it's gonna be another one of these. This high is just so strong.
Right. There's like
Like
huge
that, I mean, then
supply.
we need to. I think we need to take out this balance low. If we take out this balance high and there's nothing up here, like I don't know, we should at least come back to 45s here today if we don't hold here in the ES 68.45. But yeah, I couldn't stay above that. This is the 68.50 SPX level I talked about in the morning, and which corresponds to 68.60 in the ES. So this is make or break
Hmm.
for if we're going to continue higher, and of course, like the Nasdaq would basically do the same. Above or below 68.60 in the ES is kind of like your line here today. And gold got super volatile off that open too.
Oh, did you get your cover?
Yeah, I covered it, thank goodness. Then we went straight down
Yeah.
20 points. And then I tried to take another long and I was stopped out on that. So now I'm just sitting sidelines on it, but I'm glad I decided to pull my order in after coming 2 ticks from my target. And then we just got slammed for 20.
There's a
That's it.
ton
Like
of buying
it's
here.
it's backing and filling. It's backing and filling. We're making moves. We're coming back into
Right.
them.
That's
There's
why, yeah,
no
gold, you can't
continuation.
chase gold. You will get destroyed.
You called it this morning. I mean, I don't know anybody that bought up there. They didn't buy enough because I never got my fill.
Yeah, it's a huge taper, right where right where your fill was. No
Yeah,
one wanted to show up.
they were looking at what I was looking at,
Yeah, they're like, well, if he wants to sell here, I'm not buying it.
right?
I'm
That
not
kind of
buying
makes
it
me
from
feel
him.
good and bad at the same time. I'm like, well, I had a really good level to exit, but then again, so did everybody else. like, like I had that order sitting there for well over an hour, and then like 2 ticks from it. See you later. Bye
Yeah,
bye.
we have a joke. It's like, you're really gonna kill this deal over $5? Sometimes I'm just like, I watch me. Watch me.
Yeah, yeah.
There is
Uh,
huge buying in the Nasdaq here, guys. I'm hoping so I could just take my money, but I'm hoping that the buyer just gets set offsides and we can just run this thing down. Obviously, I don't know the answer to it. Nobody does, but I've only got 2 lots left. I want to try to take advantage of a possible pretty sizable down move back to the weekly open. And this is, I don't want to give up the access. That's the thing. So some people might be like, oh, you're floating like 2000 on 2000 on 2 lots, but the access in the trade is so protected that I'm not willing to give it up over like $2,000. It's worth a lot more to me. And I already took 2 lots off at 50 points. So I just, risk management, protecting the downsides. I think I'm in such a good spot that I need more upside, yeah, for sure, to make it make sense. The 600s is, finding some offer that's stepping down with price. They just need to get through whoever's sitting at the 80s here. Passive bid is definitely there. You guys can see it on all the order flow. Just my thoughts on this trade. So choice is made.
Order filled.
I'm done with it. The S is searching below the overnight low now. All right, so as we get closer to a new low a day, I'm going to not blow the deal up over $5. And if we start to stall, I'm going to cover it. It's got to be lower though. This is too high. But low a day, new low a day is the idea. Just watching the tape. When the
Everything's
selling
flipping.
steps off, I'll cover.
the flippening. Everything that was up this morning is now down.
It's like the reverse of selling and then just buying all day.
Yeah. I mean, oil kind of started it earlier this morning, then gold and the indexes. There was just that breakout failure and then lower here.
There's a crazy passive bid here. All right, so we did find a taper in the sell in these low 60s NQ. So if we do drive back down there, I'm going to be wary. I'm sitting at 550, but I'll cover in the 60s if they taper it again. So when they trade the 60s, if they're not reloading the offer on the DOM, I'm going to take one off and go down to one. Let's see. So they're reloading now. It's a bid still jumping in, but seller's still reloading. So as long as the tape remains heavy, I'll keep this here. But if I see bid reloading in the 70s, I'm covering this. There it is. I'm covering one. So I'm going to go down to one. So they ran it back to the 70s, and I see a bid that's willing to jump up with price. Gonna take that money off there. So we're down to one. We're gonna see if we can get a, what is this, a 140 point move-ish. We've got 6 minutes, 5 minutes-ish till well, it's gonna be a really sad 1 hour candle here. On the daily, candle-wise, it looks like it's setting up for a continuation upside, but
Right
volume.
at VIX resistance is my only concern about a continuation lower here in these indexes.
Right. So they are tapering right now on this downside.
We're at the 50% retracement of yesterday's high to today's low in the VIX at 1795. We basically traded it and got rejected. But I mean, if that can crack, if we get above that, you're going to get your swoosh.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to talk Gainer out of anything, but
I'm protected. I'm down to just one runner here. I will never complain about what was this, like a 70 point move. That's usually where my day ends, actually.
I definitely can't wait to get back to all of my computers. I can't even move things around on this screen because I only have one of them. It's quite difficult. Question: what do you mean by tapering in the chat?
So let's use this volume profile. So you can see that the volume is building out, but as it gets to the downside, it starts to fade. So this is a taper. So if anyone Googles the word taper, you will find the definition to be quite literally this, right? It's a waning something. In this case, interest. It's a waning interest. If you wear pants, there's a taper that goes towards your ankle. So that's like, any slimmer cut pants, that's a taper because it's not widening. It's doing the opposite on the downside. So to me, or tapering in this context is a fading of interest to participate. So if you're trading downside here where there's not much volume, and you find that as it trades into an area where there's not much interest and it's still showing that there's not much interest, usually that's when it's not going to work. So I'm sticking around to see if they really keep building. So as they're building this now, when they come up to a low volume spot, which is a taper, so this is going to be the taper upside, I want to see a lack of interest upside, which can then drive us further down. So For me, it's pretty simple. It's price is moving and it's finding where it's interested in doing business. If the taper is upside, see if it holds and continues downside. When there's taper downside, it's going to go through that range and test the tapered area upside, and it continues and continues. If you don't use volume, it's just it's just a range then at that point, right? You're trading a range based off of wicks, price action. Now, like I said, everything works. Every lens is different. It's just like the eye of the beholder, right? But ultimately, no matter what your system is, you're probably going to find yourself in the same trades as, someone who trades a different strategy. Different languages, likely the same situations. So we got that new low a day.
Yeah,
And Q's
I'm
volume is
rooting for your
building.
short, my guy.
What's up?
I
The
I
short?
hope it collapses.
I know. Well, I just want the 480s and you guys can have the rest. I'll shut up. But yeah, I'm noticing that for NQ, most of the volume, all of this is being done under the 24-hour VWAP. So that gives me a lot of comfort for the short, for sure. All of the interest right now is below 24-hour VWAP. And the next point of interest is the weekly open, somewhere in the 480s.
That would be something. If I
XYZ,
want
do
to, I
you?
mean,
Yes.
what if we go bearish out engulfing on the day? That'd be pretty. I want to see that.
Yeah, that would
Shake
be
this
something
thing up.
because yesterday's candle was it's usually a continuation candle, right? You go back in that range and then you close it up at the highs again. And then today is just a different story. This is where, just bare price candles can mislead you when volume can really guide you in the right direction and seeing where the market is interested in going, where it's not. But I mean, it's all to say still they can trade, let's just say they do trade the 480s, I get my fill. They can just hold a bid there and just still rock it up because high time frame, we're just in a range, right? So I like the candle close on the 1 hour. Can't complain. Sorry, chat. So yeah, I've been staring at the tape. Let me go back through this.
Let's make a pass out for.
When XY not talking, he's power napping with his eyes open. Let's see. Complete silence when you trade is overrated. Why do you think we're here? Hey, look, we're glad you guys are here. We're glad, we're happy that you support us, honestly. So if you haven't yet, hit the likes. Uh, do I use stop loss? Everyone should use stop loss.
Definitely recommend bracket orders just to keep, just so it's in there right as you place it. Doesn't mean you can't move it around, but I personally think just having one in there keeps you from having
It's
to go
way
in and
more convenient too, just to have it already populated, and then you just put
Yeah.
it where you want to.
I think every futures trader, if you've been around long enough, has decided not to place a stop. That's ended very poorly.
The futures traders that made the choice not to use stops are no longer with us. That's for sure.
The futures brave card. They're in the past. You're no longer part of the futures.
Is this order flow labs indicator? Yeah, it is. Every strategy works as long as you exercise patience. Absolutely. Yeah, so now that Jack's here, you guys are seeing like finally a way different trading style, So it's a good variety. We all see it through such different lenses, but it works.
Every time we get on the mic, the sell off starts. I think that's what works. It seems like we're getting some really good reversals to the downside every time me and you started talking. That candle though, is that the biggest move all week off the open? I think it might
Dude,
be.
at the open, that candle was a fully green candle. It
I
was
know.
no wick, all body green, and hey, life comes at you fast, huh? This is why you need stop losses, chat.
I mean, yeah, that is the largest 5 minute candle we've had at least this week. I don't know when the last time we sold off at 150 point 5 minute move. I mean, we've had a couple hundreds, I think, but I don't even know if we had 100 this week.
Did you catch him?
Chat. Yes, there in the past is crazy.
I
They are
looked
no
up and I
more.
thought there was a pillow laying on top of the tub, and I was like,
Don't like the phone. Looks like you missed the move. Possibly. Well, you never know. I mean, we've got so much time left. It's only been half an hour, one period. They can come down to, like I said, these 480s to the 460s, and you blink and we're
I
back
need
up.
cat food, and I'm afraid you're gonna bite me.
Considering today's open had more
Don't you?
volatility than at any point this week, at least, I don't think. I mean, that move is over, but the market's always moving. You know, it's just that,
don't do it.
gap up failure immediately back through into the middle of the prior day's range. Yes, you've missed that move, but every time you get to the market, you've missed the move.
He
that's
don't look
previously
too
occurred,
nice.
right?
Yeah, the market's always making decisions, and once it makes one, it's gonna go towards the other, and it's gonna make another
Try it
one,
with
and
the
that's
sauce
gonna be a
spread.
new
Trust me,
trade.
you'll like it.
And then that's gonna go where it needs to
I'll
go.
be
and
damned,
then
it's
they'll
an
have to make a choice
armadillo with a
again.
baby
And so,
armadillo with a baby armadillo
right
with a
now,
baby.
they're, these 540s, they've seen a bit in the past, and they're making that choice now. It's like, all right, well, is there still more demand and supply here? And
¿Quieres
then
ganar
if
más,
they do,
pero
they're
te-
gonna come right back
My
up
name's
for you.
Allie, and currently I'm on a cruise ship, specifically
And
a
if there's
7-day
still
cruise
more
on Star of
supply,
the
they
Seas
make
that's
the
only
choice like,
costing
hey,
me
no, you know what, there's not
$200.
enough
And a lot of
buyers
people have
here,
been
and
asking
we
me
still want to
how.
sell.
Let me start by saying that my jaw
Push
hit
to
the
make-
floor. But here's the thing. When I was working on ships as a manager, it was not fun to
Don't,
tell my peers what to do.
how do I
But
say
to
this?
combat that awkwardness, I
No
was
one should
given my own
approach the
cabin, which
market
definitely had some
with a
perks.
scarcity
I was
mindset,
able to bring my brother on
because
board for
that's what's gonna
$10 a
destroy
day,
you
which is basically the cheapest
more than
rate
anything
because you're
else.
going into a crew cabin. Well, surprise,
Sure.
surprise,
No
I know
scarcity
managers
mindset.
on board.
There's
It was
always
set
gonna
up
be
so I'm
something
paying
else.
$18 a
I
day
actually have
gratuity
this. I'm
plus
sure
port
many of you
fees,
guys have
and
heard
it
of
came
Tom
out to around
Hogard, but I have
$200.
this like audio
My name's
clip
Allie,
I
and
keep on
currently
my
I'm
phone that just talks about like patiently waiting and knowing and trusting your judgment and trusting the market. And I think that's one of the most important things. So like always repeat to yourself that like you have to trust your market and trust in your strategy and trust in yourself, and then let the market present those opportunities instead of like rushing into them. You really have to build that confidence, and I know that's why has that confidence. He's in that takes a lot. That really can't be taught in a lesson. That really has to just be learned on your own. But at least you can know to look for that lesson of confidence, look for that lesson of patience. Be aware of what you want to see, and if you've not seen what you want to see, sit by the side.
I'm gonna set a trailing stop here. Bigger continuation upside. I'm just gonna get out of the trade. I'll lock in about 40 points.
Money in the bag
40
now!
seriously?
Yes, seriously.
My
Boyfriend, put the
oil
money in the
finally
bag
picking back
or I'll
up. My
shoot.
stop
Want me to
was
put my hands
placed
up
below the
so I can submit to
61%
you?
of the week's range. If you're curious of
Really?
where my stop placement is, 58.80.
What? She has a
58.81 is
boyfriend.
just 61% retracement of the lows of Tuesday to the highs of Wednesday. You see how we literally went to the tick of that level, and I want to see us back in the 59.04s. And if that happens, I do like that we just swept those regulatory numbers lows in CL. No continuation below it so far, but we need to get back above 59.04 for this thing to really get moving to the upside. And if that happens, I wouldn't be surprised that this could get to the top of the range by the end of the day. So it'll be a trade I'd be holding on to. And that same thing I did this morning. I'm looking for a bigger move in CL. I got half of it, but we just rotated right back into the range, and I protected that position. Probably gonna do something similar here, looking to get a bigger move higher in CL, and then just really trailing once it goes my way, buying that support, and then moving higher. But we need to get above this 59.04s.
Do you usually so your main markets are obviously the indices and CL and gold. perpetually, or is it just for the time
Oh
being?
yeah, I'll occasionally swing into some other markets if I feel like there's like a really good trend in them. But yeah, these primarily are them. I don't. I mean, if we're having extreme moves in maybe like a currency or something, where I feel like it's a pretty easy like buy the support and hold day, I'll switch into them. But I have to be scanning for that. I don't have enough like going on like screen space wise currently while I'm traveling to be watching all those things. So I'm just watching these four.
Hmm. Yeah, screen space on a laptop. Do you have any other screen on you, or just that laptop screen?
I have two laptops, and then my brother actually went and got me I got an Asus here in the middle, but just kind of have that for other things. But yeah,
Mhm.
it's obviously very difficult to have a ton of screen space on a laptop, especially while you're streaming. Yeah, I got a beast of a laptop. I got like I think this thing's like an 8. Not the one I'm using. The one I'm using is like 16. The one I'm streaming on, but I have another one with me. It's like 18 and a half inches. The sucker is 11 pounds. I go to the airport and they like think I have some type of weapon on me. Like, what's in that bag?
Yeah, sir, you're gonna have to take that out.
Like I have pre-check. They're like, no, there's no way that's a laptop. It's like I should, it's weight's something you really never check. Or at least I don't when I'm buying a laptop. I was just looking at like I was trying to get the biggest laptop I could. Like I have like 2 terabytes of like storage, like 64 whatever of RAM. I'm not like a computer nerd, but it's
Right.
bad. It's like, give me
Yeah,
the
now that I
biggest
think
thing in
about
the
it, yeah,
world.
I would never really think to like, all right, what's the weight on this thing? You're checking the specs, how big it is, and so and so.
Yeah,
And
and
it's like, what's the RAM?
carrying two in a bag, and then yeah, it gets kind of heavy.
Oh yeah. XY would definitely be an assassin class in the video game. That's funny. I
It's
always play like assassin classes. Anything that's like DPS, you can't really tank some damage. We'll say like agility characters, agi. That's where I always go. So you're not too far off there. I'm an agi guy, not strength, not magic. DPS.
kind of laptop is it? It's an Alienware, which I believe is a Dell. I don't know like the specific model.
I had to step away. Yeah, PBH. I do use stops. I had a trailing stop and they actually just poked me out here. I think I took like 43, 44 points, and then now they're going to run without me, as they usually do. Add
Do we
me
have
on
hobbies outside of
WoW.
trading? Do you have hobbies outside of trading, XY? Or no?
Do I
No
have
hobby.
hobbies outside of trading? I think I've got too many because it costs too much money. There's a lot of things that I do like. You know, anyone that, oh, I mean, you guys can see what hat I'm wearing. I don't go here for fishing gear. I don't
Where you
go
go
here for
there for
camping
ladies?
gear. Chat calls it the loud section. So I do enjoy that. I dusted off a bit of money because in California the laws get a little wonky. So I like that. I like cars. I like watches, which is the most expensive hobby of mine, unfortunately. And I don't have much time to do it anymore. But yeah, I've played a lot of games, computer PC games. Um, Played some WoW. Hey, sub rogue. I was a sub rogue. I was an assassin rogue, a sub rogue. Yes, so Mr. Julian Sola, you got it right.
What's your favorite place you've ever been camping?
I've only been actually camping twice. Both have been in Yosemite. But I'm not a camping guy. I need
Oh, I thought you were referring to camping as like camping gear with
oh no,
basketball.
it's not camping gear. It's it's the loud section.
But what is the loud section? You're gonna have to decode this for me.
Yeah, the loud section is
Oh, I got you. The loud section. Okay. I see. I see.
Yeah, Video Starcade. I'm a glamper. I gotta have an RV with a shower in it, which is what I did. I think in May when I went to Yosemite, got an RV and stuff. I'm not rough like that, Like,
Do you ever stalk animals? I don't know if I'm allowed to say the other word. Do you ever
no, I
capture
don't.
them?
I don't hunt either.
Okay. Okay. Can we say that
Uh,
word? I'm not sure. I'm not used to.
different,
Come on.
different,
Need like a list
different.
of things I cannot say.
Yeah, I don't hunt. The loud toys are for recreational use,
That's
and
kind of good to know because when I'm home next week, assuming if I'm back on here, I have a shot loud mounted above my fireplace behind me when I'm streaming. So maybe I should remove that.
well, you don't. If anyone busts in while you're live on stream, feel free to use it.
I know it's busting. It's just mount. It's just like, it's kind of like just
Oh,
my grandpa's. It's above a fireplace. And then I have like what is it? It's like a ram skull.
yeah, that's probably not
It's not
streamer
kosher.
friendly. Yeah. Did I get
That's
into
right.
Destiny? No, I exclusively play PvP only. I don't do like PvE games, story modes. I need to be killing other players.
Throwing
That's
flashbang.
Yeah, PvP only. I was Am Pro. Anyone who's old enough to remember CS 1.5, 1.6, Cal P League. I did go Am Pro, had some sponsorships. It's Counter-Strike. So yeah, it's Counter-Strike, StarCraft. Played WoW for a bit because my buddies all liked it. It's whatever. But I did play So Broke. Um, Sports is a big hobby of mine. Football and basketball. My wife loves F1, so now I follow F1.
You definitely you got to be older than you think. You're not in your early 20s if you're married, unless it was arranged.
Well, Chad says I might. One guy had said I was 72 just yesterday.
Oh, that's my Spotify told me I was 91.
Oh, I gotta check my Wrapped. I haven't.
Yeah, bro, it's all over the gram. I'm not posting
Yeah,
it
I
on
see
there.
everyone posting their Wrapped. I'm like, that's a cool story.
See, bro. Tell me you listen to Bad Bunny, bro.
No PvE nonsense? Absolutely. Yes. Cal P, who'd you play with?
Mm.
Sidna? Horizontal bid ask. Oh, this is Delta. This is a Delta profile. So it's not quite bid ask. It's the difference in bid ask, which is the Delta. So yeah, the market pretty much just wicked me out and it's doing the thing. So
Above my 5904 in CL. So now I'm feeling comfy. That's what I needed. That was my level of aggressive selling pressure that I thought could maybe take us, but we've cracked that. Think we probably rotate pretty easily back up into the range we broke down from 59.25s. And then I just got to make the decision. Do I want to hold through 59.25 and look for, higher targets? And that's going to take me, quite a long time to get back up through 59.50s, I imagine. But there hasn't been anything in the middle of that range. So I'm hoping there hasn't been buyers. There really hasn't been sellers. It's just been bottom range near 58.90s to top of the range at 59.50s. So I hope we go top of the range here and I'll just be hanging around watching it until then.
yeah, we've got some
And these
time to hang.
indexes, man, that first 5 minutes really exciting. Next 5 minutes still exciting. Last 25 minutes. Now that we've basing here for like 25 minutes, I do think we're going to get a pop. I don't know if we got enough sellers to break us down here. I think we get like maybe a pop. And the question is, does it get sold into, or is that it? Is that the base? That's the breakdown, and that's it. No more sellers. I would be if I'm going to start looking for if we can like revert back above, I don't know, 25,650 to 25,660. If we get pullbacks on, that's going to take some while to form. But if we can rotate above those highs, I think I know my Nasdaq isn't sharing, but I believe yours is. But yeah, the first step would be above just those 945 candle. 940,
Well,
945 candle.
gold gave that rebid that I wanted.
Yo.
I think I'm honestly after the short, I think I'm done. That was a decent short. It took a lot to try to get into that thing, so mentally I'm about ready to just chill out. So gold, really nice pullback to get long into and go for the 250s, 4250s. So whoever's in that long in gold, congratulations. One of these days I'll have a tip jar on the stream. So do it at the LA way.
The LA way.
Tip for everything.
You in a streamer house in LA?
What's up?
Are you in a streamer house?
No. No. Do they even have them out here?
Dude, yeah, they
Thought
do.
it was
Only
like
in
a
Chicago.
Miami
I tell you
thing.
what, they don't have them in Chicago.
I thought
They
it was
don't
like
have
a
any
Miami thing.
influencers. Chicago is an influencer-less space. Miami for sure. LA, yes. You guys invented the influencer.
That's true. It is LA.
I'm not blaming you.
Oh, I
I'm
didn't take
saying.
it that way, no. I'm a suburbs guy, just right outside LA,
Uh,
about 10 minutes out.
gotcha.
I hate going to like Hollywood and stuff. It's too crazy for me.
Yeah, no, last time I was there, it's quite the show. But we can't mention all things that happen here on the stream, but
So chat has flown by. I'm going through it now. Add me on WoW. I don't play anymore.
what is WoW?
World of Warcraft. I actually
Oh.
didn't enjoy it too much. During COVID, I think some of my buddies, they've been playing since, they were kids. I was like, oh, we should play. And I played it. I was like, dude, it's too much doing nothing. Where are the people that I can kill?
Ooh.
Uh,
Favorite place to eat? Sorry. Favorite place to eat in Chicago? Man, so I kind of live near like Randolph Street, which is like probably one of the best restaurant districts in Chicago. Adelina Prime just opened over there. That's great. One of my friends owns a restaurant called Club Lucky, and that's in like Bucktown area. It's just got a really good vibe to it. The food isn't top notch, but it's like a really good old school Italian neighborhood joint. And it's like a classic spot, especially around the holidays. They do really good decorations. But if you want to go like high end steakhouse, Adelina Prime's great. Um, you can go to Pasta. My favorite restaurant actually, Monteverde, and that's in West Loop. But really, any West Loop, like the area I live, it's got so many good restaurants. And probably the hard part is actually getting a reservation. You got to be booking it like weeks in advance, or I don't know. You got to be bought those reservations. But there's so many good places, and the West Loop is really West Loop slash Fulton Market District, just really easy to walk around and find something to do. Grab a couple cocktails if you drink. I got a male Valley Girl accent. Yeah, I've never been told that before, but Green Street Smoke We Meets. Yes. Oh wow. Yeah, Green Street Smoke Meets. That's a great spot. That's right down the street from me. Right across the street from what is that? Trivoli Tavern's over there too. Trivoli Tavern is classic. But yeah, if you guys ever come to Chicago, I mean, I haven't spent too much time in New York. I'm sure New York has great food, but we just got rated the best steakhouse in North America. This place, what is it? It's called Oster Beyond or something like that.
I think I've only been in Chicago once, and it was for like 2 days at max. It was like a day and a half.
You could go down to the CME.
No. My wife was on a work trip back when, she was still working. She doesn't have to work ananymore, but she was on a work trip and I tagged along because it was like, hey, wait, free hotel and free stay and free this and free that. Hell yeah, I'm in.
Hell yeah. Did you take the L?
What's up?
Did you take the train to Chicago from the airport?
Did I? I don't think so. You know what? I hate subways and trains. Even when we had our meetup in Naples, we had this big old party bus that we just took everywhere. And I hate sitting like looking to the side. Like when
I
you're
feel
moving
you.
forward, right? I'll get motion sickness.
Well, you got to keep your eyes peeled. You know, it is public transportation.
Yeah, I'm not a public transit guy. I think chat knows that now. Not quite a public transit guy. I'm not a camping guy. I like to be comfy, you know. But yeah, I
Too bad.
remember I went to, is it called Portillo's
Yep,
for the
Portillo's,
first
classic.
time? I was like, hey, this is good. What else? I mean, I ate a bunch of stuff,
What'd
and
you
then
get?
what did I get?
Yeah, do you
Probably
remember?
whatever is the most iconic thing. Usually that's what I do. Like if I go
You
to
got
these
the Italian beef, Chicago hot dog. Yeah.
Probably. I'm always gonna be like, all right, what's the thing? You know, what's everyone getting? And got that. I mean, I thought it was a lot better than I thought it'd be because everyone was like, it's like the Chicago fast food or whatever. I'm like, all right, well, it's fast food. And then I ate it. I was like, this is a lot better than just fast food, I would say. Then I went to like Michael Jordan's Steakhouse. It was all right. I feel like those places usually are just like they're not amazing, but
Yeah. Yeah, there's so many good steakhouses in Chicago. I mean, it's like you still got to be, even with Michael Jordan's name slapped on the front of it, you still got to make good food because
right,
people won't.
right. Yeah. Chicago is deep dish pizza, right? Yeah. So I had what do you call it? Like that popular deep dish or the Chicago
There's Giordano's and then
Giordano's.
Luminati's. Okay,
Giordano's.
yeah, I live by Giordano's.
I went to
I don't know where I
Giordano's.
live by the end of this conversation, but yeah, Giordano's. I grew up on that stuff. There's spinach deep dish, pretty classic. I mean, you better have a friend to eat that with because if you're a solo pizza guy,
Yeah, they're
you
not
gotta
like
be
Chicago.
Chicago.
They're not like New York slices and stuff.
Oh, dude,
It's
they're
like
like 2 pounds.
like fork and knife. I'm like, whoa. ES's low is not exactly the best, so I think they're gonna definitely poke and do some more price discovery downside of ES here, which will drag
Yeah,
in.
we're just kind of doing nothing. I really want to see. I'd love to see us crack this low and then maybe move higher. But what are you going to do in this tight range?
Right. Yeah, the open was the entire range, and now it's
Basically, I mean, I don't know what percent of the range that was. I mean, yeah, we're still. I guess the low of that range is right about where we're trading. I mean, we've traded 20 points below the low of the 5 minute candle, and the first 5 minute candle, like I said, is 153 points. So not getting much continuation quite yet below there. But if we do, like, I mean, my lower end, if we get to like 25,460, I'm going to start. This is where I start setting alerts where I have like levels of interest that I want to pay attention to 25,460 because I'm not going to sit here at a desk all day.
right.
And the types of markets that we had, because you really just want to pick your spots and come back, in my
Get the
opinion.
flush. Yeah, for anyone wondering if I regret trailing that long out, I don't. I mean the short because look how much time they took to do this and how much they poked around. I would just much rather prefer to get out and just stay out of the market than sit through stuff like this. So no regrets. Would have been nice to get the move, but
Yeah, the time. This is just a date just. Nothing fancy.
it's just
But
a date just. It's just a date
people
just.
feel like I'm rocking like a Patek on my wrist. They're
Yeah,
like,
if you sell the trader handle.
yeah, you can buy what's that? Richard Mille.
Richard Mille, yeah, Kane's got
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
I'm about to steal it
That,
from him one day.
that handle. I'll trade that handle for Richard Mille. The indicator with the red dots, it's actually a PSAR. So I'm sure it's the parabolic SAR. That's usually default. So the indicator on a bottom that I have on a bottom is an oscillator in a combination of a few things that I have. And then there is this red line you can see that's kind of faint that will print when you have the oscillator. So if there's 5 things in the oscillator, if we have 3 of those things flip in less than 25 minutes, that will print these lines in the bottom, and it also changes the color of the bar. And what those 5 things are, it's the VWAP, the parabolic SAR, so that's 2. Then I have something called a leg start, which is a 3-bar move or more, which you'll see that's a white dot on my screen. Okay, so that's 3. Number 4 is just a swing high or a swing low, which are represented by the pink dots at the bottom wicks of my candle and the orange dots at the top wicks. And then 5 is the average true range expansion. So if any combination of the 3 of those 5 occurs in less than a 5-period move, so like less than 25 minutes, that indicator on the bottom of my screen, you'll see print these lines. Whether they be, if it's down, it's red. If it's up, it's green. And then it'll also have a corresponding code change as well. So you can see like that opening candle here. Actually, I'm not sure if my NASDAQ is showing, but my NASDAQ isn't showing. Let me sweep it in here. But this NQ, that huge move down, we broke the parabolic SAR. That was an ATR increase. We cracked through the swing low. So that's 3 right there. So that prints that what I call to be a trend bar, which just lets me know that, like, of course, it's an indicator at the end of the day. I just use it for reference. It's not something that I use as a signal generator for entries and exits.
Trying to stock some reoffers right now.
Natural.
What's up, Kane? You talk about the Richard Mille, you conjure up Kane. Yeah, I wore that thing when we were in Naples. I was like, dang, I should just steal this from him when he's not in his room, It's like, what'd you say your room number was?
Can I get a room key to the guy from the trade lab? The what, sir? The trade lab.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into a short here. I think we could see a reoffer back to test that low.
Well, so we just went right up to that VIX, that's 1795. That's, I'm so afraid to short anywhere into here, is because we're just literally at the midpoint of yesterday's high to low in the VIX, and we just we swept that low, and here's that pop immediately back up. No continuation. Take out everybody inside of this range. We're back to our sideways markets, right? Like nothing exciting here. Right back to the top of that range that we've been inside of.
IB is in.
Nat gas figure here. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the crude oil number barely impacted the oil number or the oil price yesterday. I don't really think nat gas is going to have too much of an effect, but we shall see. We shall see. Let's load some things here that I need to do this morning. Some homework.
So I'm looking at these 590s. A lot of buying. If the sellers don't stop, if the sellers can't stay in front of the buying in the 590s, I'm getting out of this. So there's a passive seller, obviously a lot of aggressive buying. I don't know who's got more, but I'm going to get out if they're getting traction above passive selling.
All right. So for example, my indicator that you guys are referring to, we just printed this blue bar here in gold, and so that blue bar means we're a trend bar. We broke the parabolic SAR. We put in a swing low. And then we also created a leg start, which is this 3-bar move. So that's why this just printed blue. Now, am I using that for an entry signal? No, but I am still bullish gold here. But I would just kind of be looking for maybe the next entry and try to trade on the side in the direction of the momentum. But yeah, breaking out here in gold, and I do think we're probably going to get up now. Like, we've had enough volatility this morning. I do think gold will end up trading up that 42.50 and breaking out through the highs of this morning. Yeah, the sharp moves back up after a down. Like that's in that morning. You always got to be aware that volatility is going to increase. I mean, we saw it here this morning for the first 5 minutes. Huge market orders straight down, and then not a whole lot developing. Not a whole lot. Like this actually might be a low you can maybe trade against. I'm not sure. We really haven't broken out of resistance. We've just jammed back into the range. If you're selling into that low, you're getting cooked.
Hope nobody shorted that low break.
That's an instant you're wrong.
Yeah, you're wrong, and I'm gonna tell you why right now. So I'm in a 5 lot short. I'm gonna keep a close eye on this. We built this thing off of the 590s activity, and we'll see what they get. This is pretty much last chance for the sell side to try to make any progress, because this is where the supply was that drove it lower. And if we trade above it, it means the information has definitely changed. There is now more demand than supply in this range, and I don't want to be in front of that. So gonna stay nimble on this, give it about 10 points. So they are definitely trying to bid this thing right now, and I'm trying to see, well, I'm gonna find out if the bid can make it work. They're making it work. I'm getting right out.
Pull up our stream. One of my small
DSB says, I hate showing these sharp moves back up after a sharp move down, but good luck. Hey, you were right about it.
Yeah. Matthew, the question is your indicator showing 0.3? So what that is that's a moving average of the oscillator I've built, and that is neutral. That's a neutral bias. If the moving, because the oscillator is changing, like, because there's 5 different points of data that the oscillator is calculating, so it's changing fairly rapidly. So I do like to use the oscillator for general bias, and you can see like gold right now, the oscillator, if it's printing into the green zone, like ideally that's what you'll want to. If there's anything I would focus on, if you guys are looking at this, looking for entries, like if the moving average is in the green, so the 5 points of data are positive, I'm really only looking for longs. If we're in the red, which we've just flipped into the red, but barely in the indexes, that's more short bias on the moving average. But you can see here in CL, we're right in the middle. We were, the moving average was higher earlier today, but we're right in the middle right now. But yeah, those 5 points of data. This guy really wants to know how you get your delta.
He wants to know order
You're not going to tell him. There's a paywall for that.
He's about to get timed out. They're going to time him out. I'm trying to tell you, man, orderflowlabs.com. Not going to make it. He's not going to make it in this game.
Let's go oil. Finally, man. I swear, this thing, if we can cross back above NCL, the high of like 59.45 by the oil close, I think we could maybe get a push into the futures close. But feeling strong. Gonna move this stop up.
Gold's making it up to you for what it did earlier.
Yes, she came back on me. She told me she was on her way.
That could change. I can change.
She told me she was on her way, and then she sent me the "I'm not coming" text, and I was like, "Oh no!" All right,
I can change.
So now she's back on her way.
So much absorption here, but so much buying.
Yeah, actually, I am trying to get this indicator. So I built this code, and I am trying to get it on NinjaTrader, like through their platform. They've sent me through a great deal of information that I have to digest. in emails that and processes I've been through. I am just basically need to get in contact with somebody over there, which I already have. Somebody's contacted me. I just need to follow up with them, and I'll have it actually available for you guys to use if you're interested. But I ain't leaking that code. I got to do it through their site.
That guy's gonna spam in the chat. What's the code? What's the code? Oh, did he get banned? I think if you're still here, whatever your handle was, orderflowlabs.com for the Delta profile for like the 18th time.
What's the code? I literally couldn't even tell you. And that it's like, I don't know how many lines of code it is to be completely honest, but you act like I could type it out. Took me like a while to create.
Wow!
But yeah, we're probably going to get a trend bar here in oil soon. Also, something I like to pay attention to, I call it as an ATR reversal. So like CL, at the bottom here, you see this yellow bar. Once again, that is, I'll repeat it because I know not everybody's watching when I talk, but that is a 50% increase in the average to range. And we go immediately new low of the day. We sweep the prior day's low. So we have an average to range expansion on lows that within like 25 minutes is completely reversed and engulfed. That to me tells me that that low is probably solidified. Like we're not going to retest it. That's like a form of exhaustion. Tips for December price action. I have no idea if different months have different personalities of price action outside of someone maybe being slow. We want that Santa Claus rally. Where you at?
Yeah, most would say tips for December price action.
I have tips for January. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait out December. By the end of November, I had that one figured out, but I gotta wait till the end of December to have it figured out. It usually doesn't come to me right away.
The takeaway. I would answer that, but you didn't ask it enough. The secret to life. Just always count your blessings. You'll be happier for it.
Absolutely.
Don't count somebody else's.
Come on. Yes, baby. Let's go oil. No, I don't really give any weight to that gap, although somebody else might. I hope Anthony's in this painfully.
Well, he's swinging it, right? So he should.
Yeah, he said he was swinging it. I wasn't sure if he said he got out. We're gonna have like, if you look at the daily chart, like if I pull up a daily chart, it kind of like messes my screen up. But like you can draw a pretty easy channel in CL. Let me see if I'll try to pull it up. I don't know if I'll be able to, because sometimes it just goes wonky with this indicator on the screen.
OR mid on retail.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. But like, look at this channel that we're just in. Let me.
Seeing how many underwear can hold my weight. This is one pair. Okay. This is two pairs.
When this it's so close to breaking out. So I mean, I love the swing idea, and tomorrow maybe the day. But it's getting more aggressive on these top end channel touches, and then when we finally pop that, like even if we pop it today, like who knows? We've been basing on this high for a bit, but I think that's a great swing idea.
Is this Mr. Monopoly? Mr. Monopoly, that was absolutely not the reference for sure.
You know, Tom, as far as paying attention to inventory, obviously I'm aware of when inventory is coming out, but We go through phases of inventory being a huge market mover and inventory not being a huge market mover. I would say right now it's not being a huge market mover. But then again, oil. So obviously I know it's Wednesday unless we have a holiday. But I'm not closing a position or opening a position because of that. So I think a lot of times you just have to pay attention to, when the news is, and then just be one of the notes if you're going to take on any news events is what was the reaction to the prior news event? Like when we had that data point, was it a beat? Was it a miss? And if it was a beat, what was the reaction to the beat? If it was a miss, what was the reaction to the miss? There is that power candle. That's what oh man, we are moving these targets. All right, my full target would be 96 here. And if I could get that hit today, because I mean, see how this is picking up steam? It's increasing in momentum. Like when I took the trade, it looked really scary. Okay. But now it looks really good. And that's trading for you. That's what Warren Buffett says, buy when others are fearful and sell when they're greedy. So when they're chasing the previous high of the day breakout up at 59.64. Now I'm talking like it's going to happen. Of course, we never know what's going to happen in the markets. We always have to be aware of all possibilities.
Check DMs. Where DMs where? Stream side. Where'd you DM me at? Is this OR mid? Where are the OR mid enjoyers?
Oh wow, it's almost already 11.
Time flies when you're having fun, huh?
We're busting.
Deja de gastar en...
I just had an RTY alert go off.
I'm trying to be friends with the sell side here. I don't know if they're gonna give me what I want, but they are definitely trying to sell.
Oh man, Russell's a beast in here today. Russell's through the prior day highs. Somebody's asking why trade CL when Nasdaq moves violently. Different markets have different setups, especially for the type of trader that I am, where I'm waiting for like bigger levels that are important to me. I think if you're focused completely on order flow, you really have to be honed in on one market, because the time frame of which you're trading and the information and processes like XY has to take in a lot more information processes on a smaller time than I do, from what I've noticed. But like I'm taking in longer time frame information that he may or may not be considering, but I'm not considering. And even though it's accurate information that he's bringing to the table, I can't watch that information on 4 separate markets. So I'm looking at different things. We have different strategies, and sometimes those strategies are going to align, and that's great when they do. I definitely have more confidence if I'm in something that he's in as well, because we're seeing things differently and coming to the same conclusion.
Yeah, you'd have to really get well acquainted with the order flow on each market. So I haven't traded oil since maybe like 2 years ago. If I were to do so again, I'd have to get acquainted with what the current order flow looks like, what's meaningful size, what is just like, we'll say like trash liquidity, what's really not going to move anything, what's going to be worthwhile. Right now, I'm looking at ES's 65 order flow. I'm fading a lot of buying is the idea here, because they're not able to transact much above that 65. NQ obviously has a seller, but nothing is standing out as much as that ES 65 right there. I'm in for 5. If we can get a decent break, I will put on more, but tight leash. going against the market, you've got to have a tight leash. So if we can, if I can find an offer that reloads in the 11s and 12s, I'll put on one or two more. But this is where I wanted to look for a short. So I need to see a reloading offer in this area because I'm expecting that bid already. So now I want them to pop up a little bit, maybe to the 15, 16s. Okay. Maybe they don't want to. That's fine. I'm holding on to these 5 because I do expect quite a move here. All right, we're getting some motion, chat. Definitely getting some motion. I'm gonna look for the 80s on this.
Do I have multiple strategies in my playbook? Yes. Well, there's multiple things I'm looking at and taking into consideration. I have core information. Like, I mean, I'm looking at gamma levels. I am aware of where the volume profile is, general price action, like, fair value gaps. Like, I use everything in combination, but I like to structure higher time frame moves around retracements. But yeah, I think you have to have multiple strategies. And also, really, just a lot of it is just being aware what is the type of market you're in. One of my favorite things to do is like when I'm in a trade, like the speed of the move coming out of it, because then the faster the move, like right away, especially if let's say you're in a higher time frame, extremely bullish market, where and you get in a trade after a pullback, and like immediately it's going your way, and it's going your way fast, and you have an ATR expansion that bar prints yellow on my screen. I'm holding for a longer time, as opposed to just saying, oh, we immediately hit my target. I had a bracket in for 50 points. I'm saying, no, I got in an entry. The market pulled back. We're moving significantly higher. We're expanding range in the direction of my trade. I'm holding. But I mean, if you guys see me on here more, my boy XY will continue to dive into what we can help you out with, or maybe teach you.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I can't see chat. I was staring at the DOM for this trade. Contemplating if I should take anything off yet. I do expect a pretty decent move back through this range, which is why I've been keying in the shorts. But this is the inflection point. They could easily hold this and just continue to go up higher and higher. This is kind of like that break and retest scenario. But I'm seeing a really the tape has certainly flipped. The aggression has switched pretty drastically. And I'm giving them some time to see what they can make of it on the sell side. So we will stay patient on this. Gonna see if they can actually put in a reversal. If it looks like they will, I will just flatten the trade and take my money. Otherwise, they're gonna have to pay me more to get out of this. Getting close to a cover. I'll take one now. I'm gonna keep these 3 limit orders up and see if we can make our way through the range. And if we do, I'll be down to 1. I'm gonna look for probably a new low a day with the 1. So they just look, am I gonna blow the deal up over $10, 2 ticks right now? It's possible. It's possible.
Come on. We learned this lesson. We learned it. Do we need it twice in one day?
Can I? Oh man. All right, I'll cover that. All right. So the remaining 3, I'll let the market make its choice on that.
Long recovery.
Order submitted.
Take some profits, man. Yeah, I just did. I took 2 off. Hope you guys are happy.
Oil high of the day here. taking out the prior day's high and a few ticks.
So I'm looking to cover another. This is a pretty big wash. They can retrace quickly. I'm down to 2 now. And we'll boogie. We will boogie. What did I see for this trade? VWAP, pretty much. I wanted to see what they would do at VWAP. That's where like a bunch of tape always is. Of course, it's two-sided. So anytime there's going to be a spot that I can find two-sided tape, I'm always going to gauge and see, all right, who's being aggressive and who's going to be offsides, and I'm going to take the other way. So coming to VWAP, I'm seeing, okay, look, they're trading slowly above it, but they're still finding that friction. There's just so much, I don't want to say the word liquidity, but yeah, liquidity. And if they can't drive through that sell side liquidity and they fall back under, I think we can get a big retrace. It would be a failed move up. And just watching around VWAP, like what's going to happen, right? I'm going to go down to 1 now. This is potentially going to bounce. So I'm going to set this at break even, 1 lot for new low of day. But yeah, that was pretty much it. I'm just watching the tape, waiting for the two-sided tape to occur, and then see who's not going to get rewarded. And the buy side, they were chewing through a lot of passive sell. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this move up was just chewing through passive sell until it wasn't. And I just kind of waited for the tape to fade.
Yeah, Matt, as far as my usual risk reward, honestly, I enter brackets with 1-to-1s, but I move them. So you're not going to get a 4-hour trade every day. It's like you really have to just be aware of the potential scenario. When I entered this trade, I had a 30-point profit target, but as the trade began to move my way, I'm understanding and noticing the price action. We had a 5-bar continuous move once we broke out of that. Remember when I said at lows, we need to get above, it was 59.04, and that was the first step. So I look at everything, it's like sections. It's like, okay, I'm long, but I'm technically going against the most recent momentum, but I'm buying a higher time frame support. So when I got long, I was buying a higher time frame support against lower time frame momentum. In order for that momentum to confirm and change, I said we needed to get above 59.04. Once we got above 59.04, I moved my stop up, and then I just let it play out. I don't know how far we're going. We can always have an idealistic place where we want the market to go, but that's totally irrelevant to the market. And then as the market picks up speed, I'm able to then, potentially change my targets for higher targets and then trail. I like to review the market's price action and structure in every 25 minutes and take in that information as opposed to taking in smaller time frame information. Now, what that does, it's going to give me, there's a lot of room maybe between a stop and a target that I have. And, in some situations that's good, and some situations that's bad, but that's just my style of trading.
So I'm gonna move my target down to the weekly open like earlier in the morning, just in case. I just looked through my DMs. There's a million. So stream side, if you're still here, I just saw yours. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. For California laws, there are workarounds. I'm aware of that one. I've got my own. So
you got to trust, bro. You got to trust workaround, bro. Bro, you got to trust.
It's related to the loud toys.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a million DMs. I kind of just scrolled through. I see a lot referencing or just kind of like saying thanks. I appreciate you guys. I have just seen all of the DMs that are, saying thanks, and I'm glad you guys found value in what I put out there. But yes, it's, everything has filtered DMs, so I don't really see anything. A lot of times I'll just get DMs from like random accounts that just go, "Hi, sir," or something like that, and it's just like, what are you supposed to do with this? You know, you sound like
And
you're
then they
about to
ask
scam
you
me.
for money.
Yeah, "Hi, sir," "Hello, sir." One time, the
Can
first time I told chat that I hated that and I don't reply to them, they just flooded my DMs with, "Hi, sir."
My favorite is, can I ask a question? Yeah.
So just
What's
Oh,
up, guys?
oh,
How you
hello.
guys doing?
hello, hello,
Hey,
hello. Good
hey.
morning.
I see XY. You owe me a tip jar for the OR mid short.
I
So
don't actually have the
I'll
OR mid on my chart,
I'll
so
be expecting that.
no legal
I did hear
obligations.
you
I got no
specifically
OR mid
say
on
any
here.
OR mid enjoyers out here. Come
I've
on.
only got the greatest squiggly line of all time.
Oh my. So you took heat on the trade then?
No, I actually waited. I waited for them to no longer get forward progress above the squiggly line.
Anyways, you can send me a Venmo. I'll send you my Venmo.
Oh, I've got your Venmo.
That was such a good short.
That's
In
was
hindsight,
awesome.
yeah. In real
he's taking
time,
my
very
trade.
dicey. Super dicey.
Dude, you sized like heavy, but you were confident. I didn't think that we'd drop back down. That was great.
I definitely made them pay me for it. There were people in the chat on the way down like, cover, take some profits, take some profits. I was like, no, this thing, nope. I want to get paid on this thing.
Yeah. It was the OR mid, Leo. Did you end up taking that too?
What price is
No,
OR mid right now or today?
It was
636.
yeah.
630.
It was
Oh,
637
almost to
or
the
something.
tick.
Yeah.
3 points off.
Pretty nasty.
Could have just let limit shorts do the work.
You think we see low a day? Because I would love for this level here to hold and for
I
us
think we
to
see
go
weekly
right back
open.
up.
Tell me you're long without telling me.
I am long.
All right, I need
Got
to see
him.
Salma stop.
Dude, I'm gonna just manually
I don't like that
watch this trade.
there's like 1,000 positive delta coming on ES right here. So we're gonna see what happens. I hope they can run them over. Then the weekly open dreams stay alive. If
Why are
not,
you such a bear? You already
That's what
made
you're
your
going
money.
for the week open.
I need more. I need more money.
That's
I
it.
spent too much on Black Friday.
Did you buy anything good for like your office?
No, not for the office. I bought stuff from this. Well, not from this store, but this store sells the stuff. If anyone in chat gets it, I spent a lot of money on this stuff.
Things that go bang.
Yeah.
You love that.
Boom,
store.
bang, bing,
Bang,
bow.
bang.
Are you a Cabela's guy too, or just strictly Bass Pro?
No, I don't. I'll not buy it anywhere. It's just that often they have the good deals.
Big tent guy.
Ammo, ammo is those two stores because I can pick them up and stuff.
Did you buy from that one store that you always promote? What's it called?
Versace.
Viore?
No. Yeah, that one.
Viore.
Oh my goodness.
Ah.
I've got enough to last me 2 lifetimes right now because I went to the warehouse sale like a few months back where everything was like 60 to 70% off.
Oof.
And they only allow you to buy 10 items per person. So I got 10, my wife got 10, and then some of my friends only got like 5 and 6, and I was like, "Hey, put this in your put this in your bag on my behalf." So I just bought too much stuff. So yeah, chat, I covered that short, that last lot right there. Now I regret it. I definitely regret it. I blame Salma. She distracted me asking me about my purchases.
My plan worked.
Her plan worked. Now I know. When you're in a trade, just tune her out. She's gonna psych you out.
Wow.
Unless you're on the same side, then it's okay. You guys ready for what could possibly be very not action-packed for the next hour?
It hasn't been this whole week, so yeah,
That's
I guess.
true. Falling back
Leo's
into
good
the
at
game.
like chatting with the chat, and then we go on tangents, so it should be fine.
So you're just counting on me to save you from talking.
Actually, I am gunning on you only because I woke up this morning feeling so under the weather. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I feel so crappy.
No, nope. You sound great to me.
Thanks.
It's the only voice I know of you, so
Hey, look,
Yeah,
we've
hi Jack, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Dark.
you. Salma, is that
Yeah.
how I pronounce it?
Yep.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Salma, yes.
I think Jack is the only one that's got a light background for you, Alba. So
Oh, good.
you
I'm
guys stay
glad.
over there on the
Temporarily.
right side.
Just temporarily. Will not be that way next time I'm
Watch
on
next
here.
stream, it's like pitch black in there. You just see a reflection of his screens on his glasses.
It looks like yours. It's just in a dungeon.
Yeah, you really do look like you're in a dungeon.
I'm locked up in, haven't you guys heard? I'm locked up
There's
in
no
Jim's
sun in
basement.
LA.
I'm in Jim's basement until the chat hits enough likes for me to be able to leave. See right there, Jim's basement.
All right, well, you can't leave till 500 likes, so
I'm at my
that's what
mom's
you're saying.
house.
I wish I could see my mom. Jim won't let me. It's been months. Yeah, hit the like button to free me.
Hit the like button to
Hashtag
free.
free XY.
That's actually hilarious.
Stop banging on the ceiling.
Free
Jim,
XY till
please.
it's said backwards.
Jim, I don't want any more gin. I need food. Stop giving
You
you
guys
gin,
ain't going
gin
nowhere.
martinis.
I'm meeting Anthony at the Blue Martini later. Down here in Naples. You guys came down to Naples? Where'd you guys go out? I thought you guys were in Miami. I wasn't sure when you guys did that trip.
We were in Naples. Where did we go? I honestly don't remember the names of anywhere. I just like, hey, it's time to hop in the bus. All right, let's get in here.
I got out
I
that
was just
short.
tagging along.
I mean, the long. Your shorts are working, XY, and I hate it.
I hate it too because I'm not in them anymore. We can hate it together.
Yeah, I took the L on that.
Best trading stream. Appreciate it. Hit the like.
Yeah.
Best stream. Thank you. Hit the like. Don't forget the
All right.
like button.
I think
we're free. Jack, we can
yeah,
leave.
we're free. All right. Nice to meet you,
I don't know.
Salma. Take care, Leo.
Nice
you
to meet
too.
you as well. Take
I
care.
go pack my suitcase. Ciao.
See you
See ya.
guys. Good luck. Good luck.
Bye.
Well,
Damn. That was looking good for a little while there until it wasn't.
it always looks good until it doesn't.
Yeah,
You know?
unfortunate.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people they trapped there. I mean, I was one of them. Did you take anything today?
No, I was setting up for the show, and that or mid trade I missed. That's my trade. Chad was asking why I didn't take the trade, and the answer is because I was setting up my charts and getting onto the stream. So
Dude, what a flush.
sad panda, sad panda. I do like this. These 480s to 500s. This little range.
Weekly open, previous week high.
Yeah. The weekly VWAP. It's all right here. I think I'm going to take a couple of stabs at it, actually. It's a little late.
You're gonna long
entry.
it after I got stopped out?
Yeah, it's a little late entry. I'm just going to let the larger range pan out and just use a bigger stop. These are micros, so it's not like three,
Yeah.
bigger stop on 3 micros. It's a big deal.
I have a trend line here on the 4-hour on ES. I don't know how many of you guys like trend lines or trade them, but that's where
What's the trend line? I don't know.
Oh, come on. You know, when you take your crayons out the box and you start drawing?
I've never done that before.
All right. Anyway, I had where we bounced at 10 a.m. We bounced directly off of that trend line. Let me change this to here. Okay, so you guys can now see it. It's where we previously bounced off of, and then it looked really good for a reversal before it didn't look good anymore. And now we're back here, and look, again, we tapped the trend line and reversed, or, buyer stepped in here. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Leo's such a troll. Why are you trolling me?
No, I'm actually trend lines is how I trade. I just don't want anybody to know.
Oh, okay. I can never tell when you're being serious, so
Closet trend line trader. Every once in a while, I'll get the crayons out, and I've done it on stream a few times to illustrate a couple of crayon type of setups that I look at.
you know what? I'm actually upset I didn't relong that. Did NQ make a new low?
Yeah.
Okay, well, ES didn't, so there's a little bit of divergence there between the two. It's interesting. Salma, I have to have eye surgery. Good luck. They're trying to troll me again. And I won't allow it. I will not stand for this chat.
I might have to run downstairs and help. Sounds like there's a situation there with the little.
All right, go.
No, I'm
I'll hold it
gonna wait
down.
it out. I'm gonna see if she texts me and says, "Can you come out?" It sounds like it Salma, you're not in trouble.
Yeah, am I in trouble? Leo, do you feel like your soundproof panels actually work?
No. I mean, it's just for.
The look?
I didn't want to paint the walls.
Oh, okay.
All right, I gotta go.
I
I'll be
just bought
back.
some.
I'll be right
Okay,
back.
go. All right, I'm taking the wheel. Why don't you take a seat, Salma? Oh, I'm here. I'm not leaving. That would have been a really good long. I just wasn't sure. Yeah, business duck time. Chat, are you long? Are you short? Are you flat? What are we in here? No, there's no business duck. It's just me. And then there was one. You longed 520 and you exited 850. Holy moly. 850? We didn't even get to 850. Who are you lying to? All right, a lot of people are long. Dude, I should have stayed long. What's your strat? I don't do ICT, no. I can't seem to sit there and watch 3 hour long videos, unfortunately. I just honestly I just use fibs and I use these key levels, these previous day highs, previous week highs, monthly opens, weekly opens. Try to keep it simple. And then I look at the structure of the candles. So for example, when we go back to the 10 a.m. candle on ES, this is the type of candle that I would look for a potential reversal. And that is why I went long. My long position was working out pretty well up until obviously, seller stepped in at that OR mid and whatever other reasons that XY ended up getting into shorts. But yeah, I would look to see if this 30-minute candle here would try to do something similar to potentially get back long again and hope for a reversal back to the highs. Yeah, Tim, I just can't do all those rants. I don't have, you know, 3 hours of my life to give to a video where I get maybe, 2, 3 good nuggets, good information out of those videos. Just don't have the time. And like, I don't have ADHD, but when it comes to these long videos, my non-existent ADHD kicks in. So,
Hey, Selma.
hello, Jim.
Thought
How
I'd
you
pop
doing?
in and say hi. Good to see you this morning.
Good to see you as well. It's always good to see you, Jim.
Well, thank you. It's
You're
very
welcome.
kind. So I
Guys,
didn't mean to stop you. Keep rolling on your analysis. I just wanted to say hi.
no, that's okay. Guys, you gotta thumb it up for Jim.
That's true.
No.
We could be teaching Leo something right here. Pile those thumbs up in right now.
We're gonna tell him, oh, you got off stream. Chat loved it so much they thumbed up the stream. Oh God.
So I like your setup.
Oh,
You
thank
know,
you.
the E-mini S&P has been like, I feel like it's going to break lower, but I don't know.
Okay, so I went into today long bias just because, and I said it earlier this morning. I said, watch me have a long bias today, and then the market is just not gonna cooperate. And of course, every single day this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we've just grinded higher. Today, I have this long bias. I come in, I'm excited for the day, and then we start off the day with one big fat red candle, and then buyers nowhere to be found. So, yeah, that's just the market sticking it to me. But
Yeah.
I think this whole entire month is just gonna grind up slower.
Yeah.
Be a slow grind up.
Looks like we're getting Leo back in here. But the one tell that I had this morning that it's on a low volume day like this and a tight range day, I actually look at that London initial balance that where we are high to low, and it was kind of negative. And when I saw that this morning, I felt, well, this could be kind of set the pace for the whole day today. And we had that little bit of a pop up on the bell, but it's been pretty red ever since then.
Yeah. Trappy day too. I feel like they're just out to get you today. This entire week, really, I felt that way.
Leo is back. Leo, you good, buddy?
Yeah. Sorry, guys. You never know what's going down downstairs. So just wanted to help out if there was help needed.
You're good.
All's well that ends well.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one off here for 30 at Friday mid or low. It could be resistance here, so it's kind of normal for me to to use what I think is resistance for target.
That was a good
see what
long.
happens. Thank you.
You're welcome. By the way, Michael in the chat, I did not mean to offend you. Just ICT works for a lot of people, it just doesn't work for me. And that's okay. That's the beauty of the market is there's not a one strategy fits all, so.
True that. Leo, I was peddling some thumbs up here while you were gone also.
Were you? Okay. How did that go?
Well, I don't know. So far,
Did
so
you pump
good.
the numbers up for us?
Yeah. I think that's a reasonable idea, right? After all, you guys are working hard. So, but you're back. You're in good hands. You're on your feet. So I just wanted to pop in, say hi to Selma, say hi to you, Leo. I will be back a little bit later on this morning to wrap up our morning stream. So, good job so far. Keep it up.
Sweet,
Thanks,
Ken.
Jim.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you soon.
And then there were two.
And then two again.
Yeah.
I kind of like the idea of this low, if it holds, getting back again through the range. I think it could go through the other side of this opening range here. If it, there's a good reason to hold this one lot for distance. We're also at that support area on the higher time frame. We actually tagged like basically to the tick. So outside of this shaded box, I've been, more or less just targeting longs, with the exception, I think I took a short yesterday, somewhere in here, and then watched it rally all day after that. But kind of a key area for bulls, I think, for continuation. So that's kind of
looks good.
the focus for me. Is the focus.
XY was spot on though. He got his new lows.
He did.
He did, but
And he didn't even give me credit for the trade setup that I know he has this OR mid. He literally said, "Where's my OR mid enjoyers?" I heard him. So it's not like he
I don't
didn't
blame
know
him.
it was there. He's just gaslighting me.
Yeah.
I'm expecting Venmo. I'm gonna keep my phone up here. Just
You should just request it. You shouldn't. You should just request it.
I should totally request it as a troll.
It's hilarious.
He did say that. See, Cooper knows. You pushed him to take the OR short? You
They're
heard
all
it?
like,
Okay.
"Yep, I heard him."
Chat has confirmed. So I have it back. The chat has my back. That's good. All right. What are we doing here?
That was a really good long. Damn it, Leo.
What?
You did good.
You don't like it when I do good?
No, I'm upset that I hesitated on that.
Yeah. Well, you were just in a different bit of a mind space, right? Because you had just gotten stopped out. So it makes sense to be a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I'll wait here and see what we do around like 60-ish on
Yeah,
ES.
because I think like if we bounce here, like and we break through, tag the overnight low maybe and come back into this range and pull back, that could be a good long, or even like in the 47s. If this leg is going to continue moving, like look for a pullback to get long.
Yeah. Does it looks good. Michael's trolling me because I said that ICT isn't for me. That's crazy. He's trolling the trend line. Hey, the trend line worked. Thank you very much.
The trolls, they like us just as much as the people that like us like us.
Oh, I know. Or else they wouldn't be here.
Yeah, exactly. They would just be doing their own thing. Oh, thanks for the shout out.
Sniper entries.
Yeah, I don't think it was a sniper entry. It was a little bit late, but it worked. Tape reader not not giving me much confidence that it's just like died off after this. Wonder if there's a setting that I messed up on it. Oh, I might have. No, maybe not.
These wicks this week have been brutal.
Yeah. And QB Wiccan,
She always does though. On a regular day or on a volatile day, she's always wiki.
Yeah, what I was noticing here is like there's this clear, we have a breakout, we have a tight consolidation, a breakdown, back up, tight consolidation, breakdown. So it's almost like if the pattern here is going to continue, we should go back up to these 60s, 600, 660s, 650s, and range here for the rest of the day. Man, that'd be a surefire disappointment for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I would prefer for us to do something. Please don't range.
Where's the do something meme?
Do something.
The stick figure that says do something.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. The GIF. Yeah.
Is it a GIF or a GIF?
I say GIF. I don't know though.
The histogram at the bottom of the charts, it's something that we created called Tape Reader. So it's like a historical view of the time and sales, and it's free. You can get it at orderflowlabs.com. Just, go to the freemium section and you can download. This is a suite of free tools. So this comes with like the weekly MGI, so you can get your week high, week low, week open, weekly VWAP all plotted on your chart automatically, and some other free stuff.
Wait, what's MGI stand for?
MGI, like market generated information.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay,
that would
because
be like
someone,
week high, week
yeah,
low, daily high, daily low, etc.
yeah, because someone just asked, do you have an MGI indicator or do you mark those levels
Yeah, yeah.
yourself?
All this is built from automation, so it's all indicators, I guess.
Yeah, the one I use is an indicator. It's called BTC Spaceman.
Mm-hmm. Is
It's
that on
good. You can.
NinjaTrader?
No, it's on TradingView.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm a Mac user, Apple user, so I don't get I don't get to use stuff that you get to use. What laptop do you have, Leo?
Well, I have a desktop. It's a
Oh,
actually I'm building a new one, so
that's right. You said
I'm
that.
waiting. I'm waiting for those parts to come in. Yeah, we do need to up Salma's trading station game. That's not a lie.
What does that mean?
Well, I just need to get like a desktop with a couple of monitors, maybe a Windows
Hey, I have a
PC.
couple monitors.
Yeah,
Thank
maybe
you
a
very
Windows
much.
desktop, you know.
Hold on, wait, Leo. I'll send you. I'll show you my setup.
You're gonna send it?
Yeah, I would say it's actually a pretty decent setup. It's just
Hang on.
yeah.
Is it Fibrotic? I don't know how to pronounce that username. I did not get any monitors yet. Tape reader is part of the freemium tools. It is. Can you talk about the time and sales histogram, how you read it in your trading? I mean, it's just like anything else where what you're looking for with this is two things: continuation of like strength. So right now we're seeing a lot of orders hitting the tape, and we can see that as well on these deltas here. So we're seeing that like that confirmation here down here. And then the other part of it would be looking for some type of exhaustion. So if you notice on this leg down, this violent move down, we peaked pretty hard on tape reader. And so when I'm looking for any type of exhaustive move, maybe even to take profit, I want to do it not at the beginning of a leg, but as the leg is starting to, um, you know, exhaust. And so that's what the other part of it I use it for. So just kind of like giving myself that, okay, this, we're getting a bit extreme on the selling or extreme on the buying. There's a potential for, a counter rotation to occur when that happens, or at least a consolidation from the current move. And then the other part of it is, when that's starting to turn and flip, that's telling me a story about what's happening on the time and sales without having to stare at the time and sales necessarily. Like I can glance down here, and I can go all the way back to, the open, and this is a summary of what happened on the time and sales. I couldn't remember all that data even if I was watching it, watching the actual time and sales. So it's a nice way to summarize what's happened, from transacted volume. Fiber optic. Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you
I
ever
don't know
trade
about you
ES?
guys.
I
Sorry,
don't
go
trade
ahead.
ES. I don't trade ES.
She's good to trade.
Is it possible to make your crosshair a little brighter? Yeah, I can do that. Let me bang that out real quick. We should go like green, like my favorite color. Oh, I didn't do the dang. Hang on.
30-minute is
Crosshair.
looking a little bearish here on ES.
Is it? I haven't looked.
Yeah, it looked even better before when
This is like futuristic green here.
it looks
That might be
cool.
too much.
It looks good. Well, you gotta move your mouse around. It looks good.
Nice. So kind of a doji right now on the 60-minute. I don't know, that taking out that low and having such a large wick, strong tail, it gives me a little bit of confidence, but nothing says we can't keep. We're definitely in a downtrend, like on a higher bit of a higher time frame. So we would have to take out this high and continue to really get going, I think. But with the volume being lower, we already have a B-shaped profile. So it's feasible we consolidate down here for the entire day, which would be really boring.
Yeah. I would say unless we break 60 on ES, like a 30-minute close above, this looks like it wants lower.
For
Structure.
order flow stuff, TradingView is not going to get what you want. They don't have actual order flow data. I have an alert set up for OFL bullish and bearish order flow messages. How much weight do you put into those for your strategy? I really don't use them day to day, but I know a lot of people do. I'm just, visually, I wrote um, that alert. So I already know what it's looking for, like in a sequence of events type of activity.
Marvin, this is not an inside day. Like if you went on the daily time frame, then you would see that if you're looking at, hold on. Yeah, we broke yesterday's highs, so not an inside day. Just a ranging day so far.
GC doing not a damn thing. No. Look at that bounce from its OR mid. Whew. Violence.
Okay, here we go. Euro close. New 30-minute candle just opened up. ES closed above its monthly and weekly open. You have a level up here on NQ, Leo? I don't ever chart it.
I just have OR low, prior day mid, right around the 50s.
50s, okay.
57.
Gotcha. Trading value. No, that is not my own. You can find it. It's for free. It's called BTC Spaceman.
Well, those like prior day high, prior day low levels.
Yeah, just key levels. Yep.
Mhm.
It's right here. I realize you guys can't see that. Never mind. Hold on. It's right there. You could look it up. Justin, the way to calculate opening range mid is depending on the time frame you're using. You could either use a rectangle, draw a rectangle around that candle, and then you can toggle on the midline for that rectangle and it will show it to you. It's just literally the midpoint. It's just the 50% of that range.
I wrote a Pine script indicator for the 5-minute OR that has the mid and also the OR extensions.
There you
It's
go.
something that I haven't talked about. Just because the OR mid seems to be seems to be a topic of interest a lot. The extensions from that OR, upside and downside are good targets. Where is it? How do we get that? I tell you what, I will, since I bought a TradingView subscription, and I'm going to be getting more stuff going in TradingView. I will share the PineScript code on Twitter
Let's go.
sometime in the next day or two.
I'm gonna try a short here. Looking to see if ES rejects the 30-minute 9 EMA, which is where we've been rejecting basically all morning. Gonna go lighter size here, only 5 micros, and see what we do.
Do you have any idea on how to find the time and sales indicator? So in Ninja, you would just go new in the control panel, and then you would find the TNS, and then click open, the time
We
and
can't
sales.
see that.
I know,
Oh,
but
there it is.
in the control panel, you just click new and then click TNS, and it'll open a time and sales. And then you can go in the properties and you can configure the different colors and such that you want. You can limit the size, et cetera, et cetera. So it's pretty easy. You're welcome.
Oops.
Is Ninja MBO data. You can get market depth, full market depth from Ninja. I'm not sure if they include the market by order data because those are two separate things. You would have to ask the Ninja Trader folks, which standard market depth is just going to give you full bid and offer levels for 100, however many levels they have it for. MBO is going to separate out that market depth by order quantity, order size. So it will show you if there's a 5 lot or a 10 lot. So it'll break up, if there's 20 lots on the offer and one order is 5 lots, one order is 10 lots, and the rest are 1 lots, it will show you that, and you can break it up that way. No, print on the chart, not a regular time of sales. Had it on. I'm not sure how to do that in NT8. Nice to know when MBO gets added. I would use a poll, like a traditional way that I would use that information is via a poll stack type of, where they're adding orders to the bid or offer or pulling them. So that would be for me just a traditional poll stack. It doesn't require the specific MBO data to see that. And Ninja already has poll stack, so.
You're still in your trade?
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those trades I want to see at least go to the other side of the range. Maybe take out this or mid high 637. That would give me a 100-point trade there.
Yeah, I mean, we're basing here, so definitely, like you said before, key area, make or break for either side, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, most of the volume has been done here today, so it's no surprise that we're consolidating here, kind of getting, everybody's agreed that this is the fairest price range so far. Gold just kind of sitting a little below yesterday's mid and after sweeping the overnight high.
I stopped looking at gold. She stopped moving the way I was used to her moving.
The ES on is super nasty, just 300s and 700s plaguing it, then being pulled. So you're probably referring to the little bracketing algorithm that they have a 300 and it looks like a 150 that they just bracket both sides of the bid and the offer, and they have really no intention of getting filled. And I think it's just a something that comes on during roll. So next week will be the start of roll week. Or no, not next week. Hang on. Let's see, Thursday, the 18th. Maybe, yeah, it is, right?
I thought it was next week.
Yeah. Next week will be the start of roll. So usually that bracketing algo, it gets pretty prominent during roll. Personally, I don't know or care to know why that it's there, but it's been around for a couple of years now. Kind of annoying if you're watching the ES Dom to see those 200 and 300 lot orders kind of mess up the columns, because they're always just moving with price or just pulling off and re-adding back. He doesn't like that you call him a she.
I did not get into those ES shorts. I set a limit. It missed me, and it is dropping. I had my limit at 60.25. It's literally missed me by a point. I'm gonna cancel that order. Looking at gold, gold was clean today. Very clean movement in comparison to the indices. Especially if you're someone like me who likes to use the 9 EMA. Like on the 30-minute, this was just trending higher. It's beautiful.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to retest the 9 EMA pretty soon. Just nothing interesting happening.
The algo hug is annoying. 8 to 10 ticks is falling around. Yeah, it is.
What is an algo hug?
There's. Have you ever seen a ladder like a Dom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So when you're watching the full market depth, you're going to get the bids and offers for, all 100 points down and 100 points up, right? And during roll week, they'll have a 200 lot and a 300 lot on both sides of the best bid, best offer, usually like 10 ticks away, and they just follow price. They don't actually take a fill usually. So it's kind of annoying when you're trying to read the actual order flow and what's happening on the DOM, because there's always a 200 lot and 300 lot, next to each other on both sides of bid and offer, that they're just, I don't even know what they do, but they're just really annoying.
Is that like some sort of spoofing?
No, it's not really spoofing because they're not close enough to the order book to be threatened to be filled.
Mm-hmm.
A spoof has to be a certain distance away from the last traded price. so like a spoof is somebody would place an order that's closer to price to impact the market either up or down when they have no intention of filling the order. And so if they're close enough to the last traded price and they pull that order because they don't want to get filled, technically that's a spoof. And it's honestly, people can say whatever they want about spoofing, but it's not as frequent as you might think, um, especially not in NQ and ES.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, this is like all stuff I want to learn. So every time you talk about it, I'm like 100% paying attention. Chat, you guys should be paying attention too.
Yeah, spoofing is for sure illegal, but how do you have to prove intent of that order being a spoof, and so that would just have to be repeated behavior over time. Like one trader would have to be doing the same thing over and over and over to then demonstrate that he's spoofing the market, and doing other things that trader would be doing would be indicative of those orders being spoofs. Yeah,
Well,
sometimes, yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Streamside says sometimes what looks like spoofing is just people moving around in and out. They're still intending to get filled, right? But they're just moving their orders around to kind of adjust to whatever the market's doing, whatever they need to do with their strategy.
Yeah, that's a good point. If it weren't for all these like wicks at the bottom, I would say this is looking like an H pattern. It's one of my favorite patterns to look for on trend days. I don't know if any of you guys use it as well, but it works great.
Like a chair.
Yeah, almost like literally like the letter H.
Hmm.
So if like this would be the
The
what am I
back.
trying to say? Yeah, like the L of the H, right? And then this would be, oops, I didn't mean to do that, but this would be the body of like the C looking down. Wow, that was a horrible explanation, but guys, just look it up. You'll see. You will
Just
see what I'm talking
look it
about.
up on Investopedia.
Oh my God, I'm like talking about a chair and an L and what the hell is happening? But yeah, it is actually a really, really good pattern to look out
So
for,
is that
especially.
is that like a long setup or a short setup?
No, so that would be a setup for shorts. So like for example, we opened up, we had a crazy nasty sell-off, right? And then
Yeah.
we started to base. It looked like bulls were stepping in and we were gonna push higher. And then what happens? We get smacked right back down, right? And then what do? We just base more and more and more. But what we're really doing is we're just curving to come back down even lower.
Oh, okay,
So
okay, I gotcha.
yeah, it's a continuation pattern of a downtrend.
Hmm.
It's a think of a small h, like a lowercase h. That's what it
I'm
looks like.
I'm thinking of a chair.
Um, yeah, I mean a chair works. Chair would whatever you want it to be, okay, Leo? But yeah, it took me a very long time to
This
like
is like
visually start noticing these things.
the lazy boy recliner version of it. It's like this recline here. Then we get the chair base here, and then the dump would be like when
Wait,
when you kick your legs out.
driver trade says the L and the C of the H. Yes, you get it. It's a lowercase h, okay? And yes, H's can become a W, yes. So it would be like something like
I'm learning
this.
something new today.
Yeah. It's really it's actually like one of the best patterns that I found for continuation. Um, drive, what is the C of the H? Ignore that. It was just me giving a horrible explanation. But if you're thinking of like a lowercase h, this is that pattern, right? And if I were to trace over this, it would be like this. H, and then we'd go lower. But yeah, it looks like they want to mess around here. I might try again with my shorts. Um, set a limit again at 60.
Maybe you can let me get out of my longs first before you slam this market down, you know?
Dude, come on, I deserve this. I've been waiting all day for a trade. And it better work. This better not be the one time where we just like start pushing through.
I mean, I got that feeling there's a rally coming.
Um, I hope your rally is wrong or your feeling is wrong. Okay? Come on, fill me. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, and
It's a
Andy
good
on the
spot.
30
I mean,
minute.
24-hour VWAP is, the
Let's
greatest
hear.
squiggly line of all time, according to XY.
I thought the greatest wiggly line for him was the 9 EMA.
No, it's the 24-hour VWAP.
Someone said famous last words, this better work. Yeah, GG guys. But yeah, 30 minute does look like a bear flag. Again, this gets invalidated if within the next 11 minutes we can close somewhere above the 9 EMA and this fib level I have here, 63. Oh shit. I didn't mean to move it. Oops.
The 90 EMA is the second best squiggly line.
Yeah, apparently. But yeah, so like we have the 9 EMA here, we have this fib level here, and then we have previous week's high. So a lot of overhead resistance. But let's see what they do. With my luck, they just give us a ripper candle.
And don't say you weren't warned.
I
Don't say
mean,
you weren't
yeah,
warned.
it could happen. PBH, he says, Leo, I have trading view. How do I get the OR mid?
I'm going to post my the script that I wrote with AI on my Twitter sometime in the next 2 days. I'm going to
In the
give you the code.
meantime, just use what I told you. You could literally take.
Yeah, you can literally just take the first 5 minute candle and mark out the high and the low and
Yeah.
then draw the mid.
I will do it for you guys on live so you could see.
Watch this. It's going to be great.
Bro, are we really ripping?
Yeah, I told you it was coming.
All right, I'll leave it be for now. Hold on. Tell the market I have a demonstration to make. Okay, anyway, you can take your rectangle, okay?
Dear market makers, Selma has a demonstration to make. Okay, I told him.
Please, just let me get the dub. All right, anyway, you take your rectangle and make sure your magnet tool is on as well so you can get like the precise highs and lows.
Precise high and low, yeah.
Yeah. And you just mark it. Okay? And then you come and you take out this rectangle. I already have it toggled on, but make sure.
Oh, look at that.
Dude, stop. Make sure you have the middle line toggled on, okay? And that middle line would be considered your midpoint of the 5 minute candle.
Okay, I'm getting some weakness here, and this tape reader is starting to kind of peak, and so I'm taking my long out. So I'm out.
Perfect.
Just
now
shy
we
of
could
100
dump.
points. I mean, it could continue to run. It could continue to run, but I gotta follow the information that I'm getting here.
Okay, guys, after you get your rectangle and you draw it and you have the middle line on the rectangle, whatever, you can get your, what is this, your horizontal ray. And you can just mark that so that you have it visible and it goes across your chart fully. And now you see where we rejected before. But yeah, there you go. Unbelievable, Leo.
You were warned.
Wait,
I mean,
why'd you get out? What made you get out? I missed that.
We're starting to peak here on the tape reader, and it was starting to kind of get some resistance, and so near my target of like I wanted 100 points on the trade, so I was getting to that point where it's just like, it's got to either run now or I'm just gonna take it off and buck the wind.
Got you.
But it's still running, so.
Yeah, this is not good. Dear market makers, please don't leave us in the range until New Year's. I agree with that. Oh, and you can even, yes, Nat, that's a really good point. You can even set alerts on the rectangle when price crosses over, so you know, in case you're not watching the charts.
PBH. Selma just gave a demonstration on how to do it, and I'm going to also provide everyone with a TradingView the Pine script code to put it on your charts.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that. I'll add that to my chart, Leo. Are we able to change the OR range? He's not even listening to me.
Are you able to change the OR range? What do you mean?
Yeah, like if I wanted to do like 30-minute instead of the 5-minute, would I be
Oh,
able to do that?
yeah, I can probably make that happen.
Yeah. Talk to your little AI and get that
Yeah.
working.
You know, my daughter just tweeted me or texted me. She said, "Guess what this
Tweeted you.
weekend is? Guess what this weekend is, chat? Guess what this
What?
weekend is?
What is it?
6-7."
Bro.
Brother,
What does that even mean?
nobody knows what it means. That's the
No, but
whole
like,
meme.
what does that even mean? At what point do you place a stop, Selma? Honestly, I want to see a candle close above. So when this 30-minute candle has 6 minutes left, we haven't had a single 30-minute candle close above the levels that I referenced before. With my luck, this would be the exception. But I'll wait. Size light on purpose. Next stop loss at the next trend line. Thank you, Michael.
Here's that OR mid again.
Hey guys.
Hey, Jim.
What up, Jim?
Well, nice trade, Leo.
Thank you.
Even though you stress me out whenever you don't move your stop to break even after being up so much.
Well, I always take it. Yeah, I've never had okay. I will always take a trade off before it hits my stop loss in those scenarios.
It still stresses me out, man. You get the flash crash stuff
Well,
happening.
hey Jim, I want to at least give you something that forces you to watch the stream and hit the like button. You know, like it's so much suspense that you just have to hit that like button because it's like, damn, this is so good.
Oh man. Oh man. All right. That's fair. Just, if you don't mind stressing me out, that's what you're doing.
He's
Hey, everybody needs
single-handedly-
everybody needs a little positive stress in their life.
There's no such thing, Leo.
Yeah, there
Oh
is.
my
There's
God.
definitely positive stress for sure.
And Selma, I kind of like your trade that you got going on here. I know it's going against you a little bit, and I like where you've identified that 69 level too.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, again, like I said before, like I'm positioned where I'm not even too worried. Like if I have to take the loss, I have to take the loss. I will wait for a candle close though. Guys, as we've seen all week, especially today, these wicks are brutal. They will wick you out and then it will go in the direction that you want. So I'm willing to wait until there is a candle close confirmation to tell me, okay, this trade is actually going against you. So yeah, if you see me not putting in a stop loss, that is the reason why. I will wait.
Well, yeah, I'm not a fan of that either, but I like that, Jack's 3 is at 68.70. There's a gamma level at 68.70. So I'm jiving with that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Any event.
PBH, I just went over that.
Any event, thank you guys. As usual, awesome job. Appreciate you being here with Ninja Trader Live. Thank you for the thumbs up. If you haven't hit that thumbs up button yet, it looks like this, or maybe like this. I can't remember which way it's pointing, but it's free. Appreciate a click on that like button. We can get that, max that out for the morning stream. Subscription button, equally, it's free. Equally easy. We appreciate subscriptions. It really matters to us, so we really appreciate it. So thank you for that. Thanks everybody for being super cool in the chat. But let's give that one last effort to get that thumbs up for Leo and for Selma this morning. Time to hit the gym. Almost. We're going to do a quick edge report. Selma, great
Yep.
seeing you. Leo, great seeing you as well. And look forward to talking to you next time.
I
You
will
too,
be back
Jim.
later this afternoon.
Oh, sweet. I won't be here, so
Okay.
good luck this afternoon.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
appreciate
good
you, Jim.
luck.
See you, chat.
Bye, chat.
All right, let's just wrap up with the E-mini S&P really quickly here. Do I have it on the screen? Yeah, this is a 30-minute candle chart. And you can see that Jack's 3 level I just talked about, that's 68.70, right above this target wick here. So it's kind of an important area, especially if you're short. But right now, this is looking like a decent candle. Now we're above the value area, which, you know, until the value area trade disappears, it's still a good trade. But again, a close above here and then a confirmation candle above on prices above value, then maybe that value area trade is done. But look at the bottom here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks on 30-minute candles of the last 5 candles. That's 2.5 hours worth of candles that have actually tapped that bottom of the value area on the volume profile. And, you know, boom, easy peasy back up to that point of control, which was, yeah, it's a decent point of control. It's not the best, but it's not bad. The other thing that's different now is that we are about, it looks like we're going to close above the VWAP, right? We had 1, 2, 3, 4 candles, so 2 hours worth of price action that have closed below that session VWAP. Now we're closing above it, suggesting, all right, maybe now buyers are in fact in charge of this market. So I'm going to lean on that JAX3, I'm going to lean on that blind spot, and I'm going to lean on that JAX2. There's targets on the upside at 68.75. Super low volume day to day. The E-mini S&Ps have only done 658,000. That's pretty low. That's pretty sad. So I don't know why. But we'll see how it goes. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. I would be remiss not to show a Bitcoin chart. I don't know how similar this is. You know, the story here is VWAP, session VWAP. Hit, you know, price action ever since we closed. You know, we tapped it right here at 5 to 5:30 candle, and then 5:30 to 6 candle. We started trading below it, and now we're just pretty much that's defining the top of the conversation is the session VWAP right now. Every time we try to wick through it, sellers come back and push us back down. The call resistance level actually is getting a lot of action today, so you're getting a lot of alerts from MethRQ here at 93,000. We've just been toggling back and forth, and these levels kind of tighten up when you have a lower volume, lower range day the day before. So in any event, though, we're still, you know, back in that, you know, initial balance kind of area here right now, looking kind of negative. On the downside, we do have S1 as a possible target. We have session lows as well, which is the bottom of the IB low, and then JX1 at 92,000. So we'll see if buyers can come in and rescue this. But from a wick point of view, the sellers are up here. The sellers are at 90, you know, north of that 93,000, pushing us back down. And that probably will drive this volume profile a little bit to the downside. So that is late afternoon edge report. Appreciate everybody being here today. Before we go into break, though, I do want to remind everybody today, 2:30 start, trade the close. Leo's coming back. He's going to be ready to go. He's going to be with Joey. Joey's going to be with us and Leo to trade the close this afternoon. Appreciate everybody being here with us on Ninja Trader Live. We're finishing the week strong here. I will definitely see you guys tomorrow morning. In the meantime, relax, have a nice lunch, and we will see you soon.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, senior economist, and here's the news while we are away. First things first, we are seeing a little bit of a fade in the indices. There is no specific news behind that, just so we're clear on that. Moving on, we have Meta's Zuckerberg plans deep cuts for the metaverse. I guess they are expected to cut as much as 30% of the workforce working at the Metaverse Group next year. Those layoffs could begin as early as January, and the Metaverse was asked to cut deeper due to a lack of industry-wide competition and scrutiny from investors and watchdogs over the technology. Apparently, the idea of living in the virtual world has failed to take off. Moving on, we had Trump meeting with Congo and Rwanda today. He did sign a critical mineral accord with them, and that mineral agreements will include rare earths. Obviously, we know that we are in a race to move our supply chains from China, who controls most of the critical and rare earth metals mining and processing. And speaking of which, according to somebody at the White House, the U.S. is deepening its direct financial involvement in the domestic critical minerals sector, moving beyond loans and grants to take significant equity positions in key companies, according to a senior administration official. We are in the business of de-risking these essential projects for the nation, the official said, speaking on condition of anonymity because the policy is still being implemented. An equity stake is a powerful signal of long-term commitment and aligns with our interests directly with commercial success. We know the administration has already taken notable positions, a 15% stake in MP materials, a 5% stake in Lithium Americas, and a 10% stake in Trilogy Metals. And so it will be interesting to see what companies they are particularly looking at. But across the board, mineral companies in North America are ripping today on back of this, I guess, in hopes of getting money from the government or an equity stake. We have AMD. Chief said that the company's ready to pay a 15% tax on AI shipments to China, AI chip shipments to China. The company did get a license to sell some of its MI308 chips to China and is prepared to pay a 15% tax to the U.S. government if it ships them. There is just a little bit of a problem with legalities with this because a lot of experts are arguing that it could violate the U.S. Constitution's bans on taxing exports. So I guess AMD is willing to pay that, but it looks like it might be a violation of the Constitution. So we'll have to see if any legal repercussions become of that. AMD did go slightly negative on this. And then last but not least, we had Mercuria withdraws huge copper volume from the LME. So Mercuria Energy Group ordered $500 million of copper for withdrawal from warehouses overseen by the LME, that's the London Metals Exchange. The firm was the key party involved in the request to withdraw about 50,000 tons of copper from LME depot on Wednesday, and that cancellation of stock is the biggest seen in more than a decade, and obviously has been propelled prices higher yesterday, and we are slightly negative today, but still up. And so, interesting news on copper. We do have copper miners also rallying today on back of this news. And with that, I'll hand it over to Leo and Joey for Trade the Close.
Good afternoon.
How we doing? What's
Well,
up,
we
chat?
got a little market dump that is working on recovering right back to the Chop Fest zone of 25,600.
Oh yeah, we had some good PA, to start the day. We have
on the NASDAQ, about 190 point IB range. Not bad. We saw a nice sell off coming out of the open there. I missed a really good setup uh, earlier this morning. That was an A plus 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 triple plus quadruple plus setup, but that happens sometimes. Saw a nice move down to those 506s and bounced right back above initial balance low into, pretty much the midpoint of the IB range, which would have been the trade setup for me. However, I was not at my computer at the time, so upsetting. But then we saw a lot of chop midday, around VWAP, and ended up coming back down. We retraced all the way back down to those 500s, and now we're ripping all the way back up to the chop fest, like you said. So a lot of support down there in the 500s for the NAS.
Yeah, that's the last week's high right here at it's not exactly 490, but right at like 499. So expected to be support longer time frame. We've already bounced from that area a couple of times. So not particularly surprised. Honestly, I may have taken a stab at it if I was kind of like ready for trading at that point when it happened, but we were just getting on Zoom. It seems to be a trend, This morning, I was getting on for the mid-market show right as we tagged the OR mid, which is a short that this is a trade that I take. Talk about it all the time. I missed that because I was getting ready for the show, and but I did get I did, Joey, just for like your boy took it.
Let's go.
This long that you were talking about. So
Yeah.
we cut that one this morning.
That's a killer trade. Killer trade. Yeah, it was there. Now let's see if we can get above these 600s and get above this chop zone at this point. There's a lot of strength coming back into it. So hopefully this time we can get above it.
Yeah. It seems like every time we get up into the 650s, we just consolidate and break down. We had this little stop run just above 691, to 700. And that quickly got, slammed down at the open this morning. So I don't know. We have a strong high and a strong, pretty strong low on this candle at least.
Yep.
Seems like we're on a path to nowhere right now.
Yeah. Seems that way. Nil Trade says Joey is chipper. I think he caught the IB low reclaim on that dump. Unfortunately, I haven't caught any IB low reclaim today.
Joey's not chipper. Joey is salty.
Yeah, there's been two of them, and unfortunately, I haven't caught either of them. But Leo had my back on the first one this morning, so he took that one for me. Cooper, how you doing? Leo, how was your holiday?
Great, man. We were in Lubbock, Texas for a couple of days and then right back home. Got the my wife's grandma, got to see her great granddaughter, Noah. That was really important because her grandma is 92. So my wife is like, I'm not really sure, like if she's gonna be around much longer. So her grandma was just thrilled to see the baby.
Nice. Good
What about you?
It was good. A lot of driving, about 10 hours drive time total. And yeah, it was good though for the time that we weren't driving. It was fun.
Yeah. 10 hours is like it's just that to me, it's like 10 hours is the perfect long distance that it's like any further, you just kind of want to stop.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's just like
it's just barely tolerable.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Trader King, how you doing? Holy.
Kind of thinking about taking a short here, right off his VWAP, but It's not like A+ for me to be short in the middle of a really well balanced distribution.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a scary area for me. Having chopped there for so long and then coming right back into it.
Yeah,
I would like to see us get above it. I mean, if we can get out of that
break
range
out of it.
yeah, just break out of it, I'd be okay with taking some longs at that point, but
Hmm.
want to see us put some space between this chop zone.
Well, there's big data coming out tomorrow. PCE, U of M, consumer sentiment, or inflation expectations. One of those two. I can't remember. Or maybe both. Do you know?
We have PCE, factory orders, consumer spending, and Michigan sentiment.
Okay, right on.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a busy 10 a.m. there.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be a spicy one. A lot of volatility.
What's up,
Lots
chat?
of volatility.
What's going on? What's up with the chat?
Yeah, chat. What's the vibes, huh? Are y'all nice and green on the week? How y'all doing?
We only have 48 likes, so just a daily reminder to tap the like button if you like it. If you don't like it, tap it anyway. Et cetera, et cetera.
You'll see a thumbs up button on the stream that's challenging you to a thumb war. So
there you go.
Go ahead and have that thumb war and let me know who wins. How are y'all feeling about ES this afternoon? Let's take a little peek.
And trust me, I'll go full influencer mode if you want me to.
I didn't know Kane was here, but he is. Kane's always here.
ES seeing a little bit of a buy up here, also working its way. It's just under VWAP there. I mean, it had a little chop zone as well, so it's kind of working its way back in that chop zone. Same thing for NAS, or same thing for the NAS. Like I want to see us get out of the chop zone, put some space between it before I start looking for really anything that would excite me. I'm personally staying out of the chop area, but if we can get above it and put some space there, I mean, I think that could set up for some longs. Gold catching a little bounce off VWAP into the 238s there on gold. Not really much set up on gold for me right now either. Really just, I think all markets right now are flirting with a big chop area that I would like to see space get put between before I think about anything. So we'll see. We have a lot of time left in the afternoon. We'll see if the markets try to get going in either direction.
So, chat, I told you this morning that I would vibe code an opening range tool for TradingView, and I did that, and I posted it to my Twitter handle. So if you want to grab that, it's customizable. You can make it a 1 minute, a 15 minute, a 30 minute, and it has the midline and the extensions as well that you can customize. So you should check that out. I think I'm going to put some more stuff on TradingView, just kind of start to mess around with it. They have the integration with NinjaTrader and Trade-of-8 too, so that's pretty cool.
Nice. G-Man. What's up, dude? Genuine status.
What do I think of PineScript? Honestly, I don't know. I'm not a coder, I'm not a developer, but I'm pretty good at prompting AI to do things for me. Just don't use TradingView for volume. No, I don't use it for volume. I'll probably just put on, just try to get everything that I use from a level standpoint on here. And, be able to use that when I'm away from the desk. Whatever happened to the Dom project, it's still a project. The new Twitter is TradingView, Joey, just so you know. That was we're gonna reinvent the social aspect of TradingView that apparently doesn't really exist anymore.
I love that idea. Yeah, it really doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, that's huge.
Next thing I gotta figure out is how to put a trade on in TradingView. You know, that's a whole other.
It is different, yeah. I've done it a few times. I've done it usually when I trade the Asia session. If I trade gold at all, I'll have TradingView up, and I've taken some trades off gold in TradingView.
So are you just mainly charting in TradingView then and executing like on NT or Tradeovate?
Yeah. I usually use TradingView for charting and then execute off Tradeovate. I'm so
Okay.
used to Tradeovate. I've used it for a long time.
Yeah.
That's just my platform of preference and something that I know well and used to.
Yeah. Hotkeys on Tradeovate are nice.
Right back to chopping in the chop zone.
Shocker.
If Nasdaq can get above that 600 and find some strength, I think we can get away from it.
Let's see what. Yeah, I mean, I like that idea. Above 636.
Yeah.
Look for some type of breakout away from this range. I think that's super susceptible to failing as like a failed breakout, but
Good.
I might be willing to take a look at that type of a trade here in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, like I said, it could. There's a potential, that it could fail just coming back into the chop zone, but with the strength that we've once again had out of IB low and back up, it wouldn't shock me to see a little bit of a breakout and continue higher. Maybe go up and get a little bit closer to IB high if we do get out of those 600s. But we are still in the chop zone, so anything can happen. ACH. Anything can happen. But I am leaning a little bit more towards the long side. Previous day close at 57. IB range, day to IB high, not out of bounds. Yeah.
On my new computer build, am I going to overclock the CPU? Probably not. It's pretty high powered.
What do you guys make
to
of
a
the
strategy and trigger it via webhook? What?
Oh, I was just reading a comment here. He was asking, what do you guys make of the vicious selling followed by vicious buying that just happened? Not exactly chop. No, that was not chop. The chop we're referring to is what we had basically mid morning through, early this afternoon.
All of this range right here. That's the chop we're referring to. So for the majority of the day, we've been in a 30-point range, and we've broken away from it twice now and rallied right back to the middle. So what I would make of it? Nothing. This is very common for when you have a balanced profile. So like at the edge of the profile here, at the edge of the profile here, there's not much volume.
Attention traders,
It's algo time.
That's like an hour early.
That is an hour early.
Somebody forgot daylight savings time. Um, so when you have this Gaussian profile, it's like perfectly balanced. You typically would fade edges, right? So you'd look for longs here, look for shorts up here, etc. That's kind of the way that I would look for trades on a day like today. Just end the day, know the feeling. Premature Kane.
Was that the new intern? Yep.
Someone drank on their lunch break. It's okay, gang.
Yeah, imagine being in a trade and hearing that it's algo time.
Mm-hmm.
Just have a mini heart attack for a second. Flirting with VWAP here. Still.
So Joey, you mentioned something before we started about your month and how you were locking up some profits.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a record week this week in the account.
Nice.
So when usually if I have something like that, I'm locking it up for the week. I'm not gonna risk anything probably tomorrow. If there's anything, maybe I'll take some sim trades or something. But in my personal account, like it's locked up for the week. We're gonna not gonna give it back. You know what I mean?
That's amazing, man. You build that muscle of taking profits out of your account on a weekly basis.
Yeah.
It's a good feeling.
Yeah, we've been doing really well. I mean, we're actually on a 17-day green streak in the account. So just taking it day by day, and then with the week we just had this week, don't want to go into the weekend, running that streak,
Yeah. No, that's good.
Want to protect it.
Start fresh on Monday.
Yep.
It's awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Jot.
Yeah, we've been hanging out here all day for the most part. Oh.
Yeah, it's not surprising that we're still hanging out here and chopping around in it for a second. Joey, what do you do on the mental side to keep yourself from getting too overconfident when you get a stretch of wins that long? Awesome, congrats. Thank you. I wouldn't say there really is there isn't really a secret sauce to that. I think it's more so just staying grounded and not changing anything in your trading, right? I'm not changing anything. I mean, position sizing, type of trades I take, it's just doing the same thing day in and day out, right? That I would normally do. And I mean, I guess try not to think about it too much, but also keeping in mind too, kind of like what I said about taking tomorrow off and not risking giving anything back, like knowing when, to protect yourself, right? Because I mean, I want to protect myself from myself, So knowing that I have had such a great week, I want to make sure that I protect that the best I can, right? And so Fridays, I know for me are generally my worst trading days. For whatever reason, I don't perform my best on Fridays, and knowing that makes makes sense for me to just take the day off. But I know a red day it will come, right? We're no trader good, no matter how good you are, none of us are immune to red days. So I know that it's coming. My job as a trader is just to prepare, right? And manage my risk. That's it. As long as I'm managing my risk on my side, then I'm doing what I'm supposed to do.
Well, we're in the middle of effing nowhere.
On your IB strategy, will you do it multiple times a day, like what happened today, or do you find you only trade it once? No, I'll take it multiple times if it shows, right? If there's opportunity, I'm going to take it. Obviously, besides now because I'm protecting profits, but yeah, I mean, if there's multiple opportunities to take a trade off the IB level, like what we just had, absolutely, I'll take it. That is the A quadruple plus setup.
Walk me through that.
Yeah.
This morning set up from an IB perspective.
So here, let me go over real quick so we can see the chart. Okay. So we caught weakness off what was it, like 630s or so, and came down, broke below IB low there at 520s. Now, I will say this, a true failed auction is on a 30-minute closure, right? And these are failed auctions on IB levels. A true failed auction is on a 30-minute closure back within the initial balance range, right? So, but a lot of times, if you wait for a 30-minute closure, like we didn't close, the 30-minute closure wasn't until like in here. So if I had waited for a 30-minute closure, I would have missed the move, right? Now, if you can get a good entry off a 30-minute closure, even better, right? But a lot of times I won't wait for the 30-minute closure. I'll look more at the 5-minute and see if we're getting strength back above that IB low into the IB range. And if we're showing signs of strength on that 5-minute, that's when I'll execute my trade and look for longs back up into the midpoint of the IB range there. But nice breakdowns and then strength back within are A plus for me.
Gotcha. So you wait for the breakdown. You track over to a shorter time frame.
Yep.
And then wait for that to build like you have to close a 5-minute bar back inside the IB.
Yeah, I would like 5 minutes to close back within the IB and continue to show strength. And if we're continuing to show that strength, that's when I'll execute.
Okay. So then your main target is the mid. Is that right?
Okay. Yep. If I can get the midpoint, that'd be great. Stop loss, back below the low. And then depending on where my entry is will, determine my position sizing and how I manage risk there. But yeah, I mean, A plus there.
Nice.
Same thing that just happened here. Got to break down below that IB low there, down to 490s or so. What was it, or 486, 489? Saw strength back within IB low. Could have taken a long there with a stop below the low, depending on my entry would have, obviously determined my position sizing with how wide my stop would be.
Right.
And then taken the long there back to the midpoint, which would have also worked out.
Makes sense. And what's the purple line?
Previous day close.
657.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What is IB low and how to get it on your charts? You can mark it out yourself. So like this is an indicator that I had made. It's not, not really an indicator. Just it automatically marks out the IB range for you. But the IB range is the first hour of the trading session. So the IB high would be the high of the first hour, and IB low would be the low of the first hour of the New York session, the New York Open. I think I just answered a couple of questions there at the same time, so hopefully that was good.
I like this question. Does the speed or violence of the selling not deter you from a long in that situation? And I will tell you from personal experience that when I have a level of interest that we just, either rocket to or, sell straight to it and we get some level of a reaction there, I'm more inclined to take that trade as opposed to if we just grind slowly to that area.
Mhm.
I don't know what your take is there.
No, yeah, Sam. The speed of it, I really don't pay attention to too much. Again, it's just it's all about levels for me, no matter how fast or slow we get there,
Yeah.
or bounce out of it, So, um, if it's a level I have interest in and we get a reaction, that's all I really care about.
Cool. And no other volume profile or like any order flow, anything from you that
Nope.
you use? Okay.
Mm-mm. Primarily an IB trader. Now, if I take trade, obviously, there are days where I don't wait for an hour to take a trade for IB to get set. So if I am taking a trade before initial balance is set, I'm usually marking out just some key levels that have some strong areas that we've caught reactions from and wait for those to come into play.
Yeah, that makes sense. Are the X on your charts automatically drawn, or do you just draw those for reference?
It's automatically placed.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nice.
And that marks off where the 30-minute closure was for a true failed auction of the IB break.
Gotcha.
Could you show which candle you marked today for IB high and IB low? Yeah. Let's see and get it into. I'll drag it over here so you guys can see. Oh, okay, there we go. We're full screen. So it'd be here, right? 725,713 for IB high. And then IB low, and I'm on a 5-minute. IB low is right here at 25,520. And again, this is the first hour high and low of the session here.
Today you were on side with our mid short for once. Half the time it gets in your way. That's for sure.
It's the initial balance range. It's very similar to Orb, right? I mean, people trade it pretty much the same way, in a sense. Do you use IB on NQ only, or have you used a strategy on it? It works on ES as well.
Yeah, I mean, the initial balance is something that has been around
a long time,
since the 80s.
Yeah, it's been around. It is definitely not a new concept. It's been around for quite some time.
Yep.
If you guys are book readers, there's a good book that really breaks down initial balance called Market Profile. Or no, not Market Profile, Mind Over Markets. It's called Mind Over Markets. It's a good book that breaks down IB as well.
That's a great book for anybody that wants to understand auction market theory and market profile in general.
Mm-hmm. And I will say, chat is not a book you just read through. It's kind of like a book you just study.
Yeah.
It is definitely a book you study and not just kind of read. But it's a good one if you want to dive into it.
TPO breaks down price through time. Does that make sense to y'all? I'm not sure I understand the question. The data release tomorrow is at 10 a.m. Eastern. Will be PCE and consumer sentiment. What's the name of the book? It's Markets and Profile by Jim Dalton. or mind over markets.
Yeah,
That's another one.
mind over markets.
When did you switch from delta footprint to leg to leg? Shoot, man, maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I haven't looked at a footprint chart in a long time.
Man, I haven't either. I'm getting some more selling coming through here on the NAS.
Bring back the Delta Towers. I mean, Delta Map is far above and beyond that. So just kind of, I don't want to be duplicitous. What are the large time frames you use to find key areas? Okay, so for me, key areas are going to come from the daily. So high, low. So the open, sorry, high, low, close, as well as the overnight high and low. I don't use the overnight close, or well, that would be the open. Then I use weekly open, high, low, close, VWAP, the weekly VWAP, prior week's VWAP, which is something that not anybody, I don't really hear anyone speak about that, extending that level to the next week. And then the monthly, same thing. So high, low, open, the monthly open, and the monthly VWAP and prior month VWAP. The prior month VWAP being the prior month VWAP close. The prior VWAPs,
Hola mamitas, ¿cómo están?
I don't really hear anyone talking about that, but it's not something that I've really spoken about a ton, but something that I've been looking at more and more seriously for kind of an area of interest level. And then the others would be the value areas from that prior week, prior month. So not too much from a level standpoint. And then for automation, I use this study we built that maps out balance areas. So that's the shaded box here so the top of this balance area is right at 25,500. We can see how the market's trading around it. It's pretty much kind of the pivot point on the higher time frame for, if we're going to break out to the upside here or, fail back in and trade through this range. And so this is all automated based on how volume overlaps each other day to day. So that's pretty much it. So these levels right here are just monthly. Sorry, they're weekly and monthly. So that like this would be prior month's high, 26,267, prior month's low, and then the weekly levels are in pink. That's an hourly chart. Yep.
NASDAQ just can't get above those 600s, huh?
Using the leg to leg delta is something you learned from me. Oh, that's awesome. It's obvious. Yeah. It's almost one of those things where breaking down the auction from a leg to leg standpoint was like once you put it on and you get accustomed to it, you're like, this makes so much sense to view the volume and the deltas at each leg of a move. Still use the delta footprint. So I do have a delta footprint that maps out the liquidity zone studies. So like you have a ton of offer delta up here that goes nowhere. it would map out those. I don't have those on on this chart, the workspace that I stream on Ninja with, but that's something that I do use on my primary.
See, Joey, I forgot about the 1 hour IB concept. Thanks for the reminder. Could you run through your process
Just in
again if you
case,
have a
I'm giving
plan
this to
under
you.
the 1 hour? All right, under the hour. So before the initial balance is set. Yeah. So I will go to, either a 15-minute or 30-minute and look for just key levels, right? That we've had strength out of that, appear strong for reactions. I'll just zoom out to higher time frames, right? So like I'm on a 15-minute right now. And so I can look for areas that, here, let me get rid of this. There we go. So I'll look for areas that have strong,
Just in case,
strong reactions out of, right? And wait for price to go test those levels. I'll either wait for whether we get a clean test or if we get a break out of those levels and failing them, kind of like what I talk about on failing initial balance lows or highs. I'll wait for wait for price to break out of these levels, like what we had here, right? We see there, we broke out of these highs, failed it, came all the way back down. Next level would be somewhere in this range for me. We got pretty close, but didn't really come all the way down and test that. But that would be something that I look for, right? On either 15-minute or 30-minute strong zones to catch reactions out of. If I'm trading, before the initial balance is set.
So if we break down from the IB, are you using that IB low as a retest for like a short continuation trade?
Yeah, 100%. So
Okay.
I have I have a higher win rate trading failures than I do continuations.
Okay.
But that is also something you can look at too. There are a lot of people who prefer to trade continuations on IB breakouts versus the failures. It kind of really depends on who you are as a trader and what you feel more comfortable with and what you execute well on.
Yeah.
So in this, like obviously we didn't have any continuation here, but just say, let's just take this IB low breakout right here. One trader could look at this as a lot of strength and wait for a retest of IB low, right? After breaking down below it, wait for a retest at IB low, and then look for secondary weakness to come through off that retest and catch a short to continue the trend lower.
Right.
Right. So there are continuation plays that you could take, and a lot of people do. For me, I'm more of a IB failure trader. It's just that's just my bread and butter. But those continuation plays can offer some great opportunity.
Joey's always fading the current move.
If you're cold, that's it. I'm shaving my head. That's good. Join the bald club. It's okay.
I think you should challenge Joey to grow hair.
What would you suggest, strength or weakness for you, Joe? So it's all about reactions, right? I want to see the market react before I execute. That's just for me. Does that mean sometimes I miss the moves? Sure. But if I see clean reactions off those levels, then that's when I execute. So it's all about reactions for me. Joey's brain's so powerful it literally ate his hair. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, you gotta take those big brain jokes in stride.
Yeah.
You just gotta own it. How do you pull and drag the chart around? Well, just one You can go left and right. And then if you hold your control key and then drag, you can go up and down. And then if you grab your scale, right side scale, you can make it stretch out, however you want it. I like to, there's an automatic function, right? So if you click this F button, it will automatically kind of give you the most recent high and low with a little bit of margin there. But sometimes I like to take over. Yeah, the control button. They really should just make it native to be able to do that. Like you shouldn't really have to click a button to move up and down. But I don't know. That's just how it is. Without the control button, yeah. There are chart scroll indicators, yeah. If you
What
put a
circumstances?
turtleneck and glasses, it qualifies you as an art appraiser. Speaking of art, there's a big art festival in Miami, right? It's where all the billionaires go.
I want to go. See, hi Joey. What circumstances makes the IB strategy more likely to fail? Thanks for all the insights. So I'm gonna assume you're asking what would make IB failures, what would cause me to lose an IB failure trade? I'm gonna take that question as that. Um, Trending market, right? So IB failures work really well in consolidated markets. You can see it right here is a prime example where we've been pretty well balanced and we've been consolidating. Generally, range markets work well with IB failures, where failure meaning, again, breaking below and coming back within the range and finding strength. Trending markets, usually you have a move in one direction, whereas the continuation play off IB would be more of the strategy there because you're getting a move in a single direction versus breaking out of the IB range and coming back within it. So if you're speaking on when would I lose an IB failure trade, that would be probably in a trending market.
Did your quant ever tell you if you were smoking crack on the 80% rule or not? I need to ask him again. If Leo took off his hat, I saw something about if I took off my hat, would there be two bald men? No, I have a full ass head of hair. I just don't like to do it.
He could also be lying, chat.
If you didn't have, I would lie about that. If you didn't have order flow for whatever reason, what would you look for to get into a trade after hitting a level? Damn, that's a good question. I think I would just I would have to use something like Joey does, where it's like candle close above, a level, like you have a break of a level, or you just have a level or whatever. You just have a rule around when you would take a trade against it. I'm hiding a purple mohawk. Oh, yeah, I'm sure my wife would love that. I thought you had a Valvoline hat on. You think I'm a race car driver? Okay, Leo trying to pick between TradingView versus NinjaTrader and the expensive order flow and footprint bit. What would you recommend? I would recommend NinjaTrader all day and twice on Sundays because the TradingView order flow data is not accurate. So for that reason, the NinjaTrader order flow package is, I think it's $50 a month. It's really inexpensive. And it's got volume profile, VWAP, Delta, all kinds of tools from an order flow perspective that you can use.
Joey, the IB you use is first hour of the day. Yes, first hour of in the New York Open.
Yeah, the ability to manipulate what you're seeing in the data is much easier with NinjaTrader for sure.
How did I start
And
trading IB? I had seen some. It was a long time ago when I started. I started using IB early, like in my trading career, um, with futures, that is. Um, but I had seen somebody else using it, and I just kind of took the time to study it and found that it worked for me. But also too, like finding ways to make it work for me as well. Like just taking like the overall concepts of what IB is and what a failure is, and then finding a way that like fits my trading personality and style, and just kind of molding into that, you know.
so Joey, are you and sorry, I'm not trying to drill you with questions. I'm just trying to understand, like learn your style a little bit.
Yeah, you're good. Fire away.
So from an execution perspective, are you all in, all out? Do you scale into a trade ever? Do you scale out of your trades? Like how do you execute?
I prefer all in, all out. I used to be more of a adding to position, scaling in and out. Um, Lately, I've been more so all in, all out. But that's not to say that I won't do that. I won't scale in. I mean, I think it also very much depends on the market context and what my entry is, what kind of strength I'm getting into the entry, right, or the trade. If I just as an example, if I take a IB low failure, right, and my entry is a little bit wider or a little bit more aggressive, meaning I need to have a wider stop. I might have a lower position size, so I might start out with just a few micros. And if I'm starting to get some continued strength, then I might scale into a larger position with the winning trade, right? So that could be a scenario where I scale in and scale out. Um, if I get a really clean entry, then I might be sized more aggressively to where I could be all out of the trade. So I think it really just depends on the context.
On the situation.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Because if I'm getting an aggressive entry, where like, just taking this example here, I'm just going to put it on the chart here. If I were to take an aggressive entry, say, off this IB low failure, my entry was more in like the 50s, then I would probably be sized a little bit lower and looking to scale, into the position more so if I'm getting that continuation that I want to see.
Yeah.
Versus sizing aggressive, sizing full size here that I normally trade and risking this wide of a stop.
Right.
So that would be a scenario where I would, scale into it. That way I can keep my risk tight, but also try to capitalize off of a winning trade. Theoretically, market range is 75% time. We do get more of range markets, yeah. All in, all out depends on market conditions, Joey, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, it's just going back to it's just context, conditions, where my entry is. But like I said, I prefer all in, all out. Because then at that point, I'm probably sized to where I normally size, and I can capitalize off some movement, make a good amount of money off that, and get out of it.
Yeah. I'm a little more dynamic. I'll start small watch what happens. I'll take maybe an aggressive entry, and then try to add into it within a given range, and then try to add more when it starts to go, kind of thing. And then kind of scale out. I use like the same MGI that I use for like levels of interest for executing a trade. I would use for targets, right? So if I got long here at prior day mid, I would target the VWAP as my first TP, right? It's just kind of, or up here, it'd be another target. So I kind of use the same levels or area of interest from an execution standpoint as targets too.
Nice. So are you when you take trades, do you normally just is it take what the market gives you as you're scaling out, or do you have like a certain target? Do you aim for certain targets?
So I usually, I'm usually targeting 20 to 25 points on the first scale. Sometimes 15, if the market's really slow. And then I'm looking for, something that's 30 to 40. And then beyond that, just kind of letting the trade play out on a higher time frame, I guess.
Yeah. Nice. Hey, Joey, when you hit your IBs, do you look for a breakout, a rebound off of them? When you hit your IBs, do you look for a breakout or rebound off them? Okay. Generally, I look for a break below or above. So if we're talking about IB low, I look for a break below and then a bounce back within. So a rebound back within the initial bounce range. And that's what I would take longs.
How do you manage your trades after you entered? I think I just covered that. You often let losers run but cut winners. That's common amongst newer traders for sure. Don't beat yourself up about that.
Yeah.
It's something that you have to get used to, taking your L and not letting that L run against you too hard.
There is no secret sauce to fixing that. Really, it's that you eventually get tired of being slapped in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you get to that point, that's when you usually fix it.
PB, I don't use any type of FEGs or any of that in my strategy. Fractal's like, bro, so real. 9 years in, still do that from time to time. It takes many beatings. It takes many, many beatings.
So do you see a difference in results if we are outside of IB for a longer or shorter amount of time? Example, results are better when we stay out for 30 minutes ahead instead of 1 minute. No. I mean, I don't really put any time on when the market does what it does. The market could break out of the initial balance range and consolidate, say, above it for an hour or 30 minutes or 45 minutes, whatever, right? And then when I do get the reaction that I'm looking for back within the range, that's when I'll execute. So there really is no time frame that I'm looking for it to happen or time that it has the best results. It's just all of, the market's going to do what the market's going to do on its own time. And when, I get those reactions, I'll execute.
All right,
But
Cooper.
I wouldn't say there's a perfect time to be outside of the IB before coming back within it.
Let's see if we can't pull up a RTY chart. Cooper has been DMing me about RTY, telling me it's going to the moon.
Leo or Joey, how do you exit a losing trade to avoid getting watched? Do you limit out, market out, or just flatten? I have, for me, I have hard stops.
Yeah.
If
two,
I have a level that I want to get out, I have a limit order set that's going to take me out of my entire position.
Yeah. Yeah, man. The RTY chart, I mean, there wasn't really that much going on. I mean, it definitely rallied and just rode a trend all the way up to 25 40s, and then just kind of stalled out and liquidated back into the middle. If you have your chart set to hand, try to support vertical. That's in another platform that doesn't work in Ninja. Yeah. That's a different platform, Gary. Who wouldn't want to be the owner of the 2000 lamest stocks in the markets? Yeah. I think Deli does like to swing that. So, was he long again, the Russell, recently? I mean, it's made a nice move since yesterday. Big time rally, consolidate overnight, rally again. The deltas in RTY actually just suck.
Well, this afternoon has flown by. Not for price, but
I was like,
but for the stream, the stream seems like it's
bro.
flown by.
You mean 40 points?
Yeah, the market hasn't done anything. I mean,
I'm getting DMs, people telling me to tell them 5-minute mid to F off. Can't hate on them. Can't hate on it.
see if NASDAQ tries to go back to its favorite spot in the 600, 599. Leo, you trade options too, right? I remember that right?
No, I used to. That's how I started trading. I don't
okay.
trade options anymore. I got tired of having my head on a swivel 24/7. What about you?
No, every time I tell people that I never took the time to learn options, they tell me that I'm lucky. So I think I'll stay away from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more of a swing trader of stocks outside of trading futures.
Mm-hmm. Mark let us know that he smashed the like button all the way from East Chicago, Indiana. Thank you.
Let's
Marcus, for slamming that thumbs up button. He took the thumbs up war and he won.
There you go. Who was it? Mark? Was his name Mark? Yeah, okay, there we go. Chat, be like Mark.
You guys need to be more like Mark and less